everyone. It is now day 4 of our Zero to Hero. And let's take a look and see where we're at. We are currently about here in gold, or gold 3 out of 5. I would very much, depending upon how long we stream today, like to get at least to platinum. But I think we can get a pretty decent way through platinum as well. The deck that we were playing, which was this right here, it's good. It's good. It's enjoyable. They had some very large events this weekend that were at capacity or very close to capacity. Like the Star City games had, they had like 100 and something player 1K and then 175 player 5K to follow it up. And then in France, I think there was a 256 player event, which I think was cap. So they're really cooking. And they really haven't even gotten to the real competitive stuff yet, which I think is really cool. I think the new set is good. Locations are pretty sweet. Red Purple's still a good deck, but there's been a lot of mix-ups. Unfortunately, steel is still just like incredibly expensive, but that's just the nature of most of the purple cards being rare or less, and most of the steel cards being legendaries that are seeing play, but such is life. Anyway, so this is what we were playing. We played 46 games with this list, and we had a pretty good win rate. But I'd like to mix it up. I know it feels a little weird to switch off of a deck that we're like, a 90% win rate on or whatever. But now that we're getting into some tougher opponents, now that we're up through gold, I don't see any reason that we shouldn't mix it up a little bit. We actually have a deck that we can look at here. No, maybe not. Let's try and reload the program real quick since I've imported it. Okay, it should be because it was imported. This will fix it. Okay, so here's what we have switched to, and it does mix it up a little bit. Some of the cards that were not that impressive, or maybe there are some better alternatives, we have swapped in. We have shaved one of the castles because I feel like the locations are very good, but in a lot of spots they just aren't that great. Mostly because the format is built right now to attack the locations. We have moved back down to 8 1-drops because we've added some additional 2-drops to the deck, so we don't need the 1-drop nearly as much as we did before. We've removed Teeth entirely, which is why we switched our 1-drops, because we're no longer running Teeth. We don't need the 1/3 body on turn 1 in the same way. The only other thing that the 1/3 body gave us outside of working with Teeth is that it didn't die to let the Storm Rage on, but that is a small amount of the format that is able to do that on turn 2 and kill our 1-drops, so I'm not as concerned about it. So we've added Chernobog's Followers because it is a 2/1 that can still quest, but also sometimes replace itself. It functions similarly to how a generic 1-drop plus Snake does, where this card just can become ink, gets a little bit of lore and becomes ink. In this case, it just draws into a different card, which I think is okay. We're going to try it at least. I've been shitting on this card quite a bit over the last couple of days of playing, but we'll try it, right? Because I looked at our other 1-drop options, and it's either 1/3s, 2/2s, which are just as bad as a 2/1, and Felicia, right? But I've opted against Felicia here because it cannot quest off of like mid-game, late game, right? We may end up going back to some Felicias. If we hate the Chernobog's Followers, that's probably what we'll switch back to. So We've shaved a Medusa for a Dragonfire. I think this is just sort of seasoned to taste. The Dragonfire does have some outs to answering like a dragon. It answers Gaston, opposing Medusas, which we wouldn't love to do, but we would do. But also it gives us an answer to Jafar. I think for this removal suite, you can go with 4 Medusas or you can do this. I'm trying this split because some good players of the game have done well with it and recommend it, so I'm going to give it a try. Otherwise, we have gone up to the full set of dragons, and we've added a Yzma in place of one of the castles. And then we've added 3 Jiminy Crickets here. So the Jiminy Cricket is sort of in place of Teeth and serves a couple of different functions in this deck, which we'll talk about and we should be able to explore when we're playing the games here. So it's a 1/2. Let me actually bring it up in Dreamborn here. So it is a it's a 1/2 evasive. Thanks, Kosher. Thanks for hanging out. So it's a 1/2 evasive for 2. When you play it, if you have a character named Pinocchio in play, you may draw a card. So we are running 3 Pinocchios, so there is a non-zero amount of games where we can use this to draw a card. You know, we have a Pinocchio in play from a previous turn, or we can play a Pinocchio, play this in the same turn, whatever. So sometimes this will replace itself, which is okay. This is not the reason that we're playing this card specifically. So we're playing it because it's a 1/2 evasive for 2. It quests for 1, which is not the most exciting, but it is an early evasive that gives us answers to things like Blue Fairy, right? So one of the reasons that we were playing Teeth, and we've talked about this a few times, is specifically to answer something like Blue Fairy. Because if we don't have a way of dealing with Blue Fairy, then you can really struggle against some of the purple steel decks, because they play 1 or 2 of these and then they just end up drawing 4 or 6 cards more than you for free, right? Because this is just sort of an added ability. This is one of the most important cards in that matchup. The rest of our deck is pretty good in that, outside of specifically this destroying us, right? So if you can manage the Blue Fairy, then usually that matchup is tolerable, right? The rest of it is just sort of managing the board like you would expect to. You use your Maleficence and whatever to kill their things, and then you B-prep and clean the rest up. But if they've drawn an extra 5 or 6 cards, it's a bit of a struggle, right? So the reason that Jiminy is good against Blue Fairy is because we're specifically playing the Pinocchio, right? If we have a Jiminy in play, they have the Blue Fairy, we can just tap it with Pinocchio, attack into it, right? And then it lives because it's a 1/2. The alternative option was playing something like Magic Carpet, which is here, which is a 2/1 evasive, which is in a similar position. However, this dies, right? And this can never draw a card for us, whereas this sometimes can. So that's what gets the nod there. The Jiminy is also positioned pretty well against Surfer Mini, right? Kind of for the same reason. So Surfer Mini is just a 1/3 evasive, right? And because Jiminy is in a deck right now that we're playing that has so many ways of increasing our combat ability with both Crab or the Fish Hook, right? You can Fish Hook it, you can Crab it, and then all of a sudden, you use your Jiminy just to smack into their Surfer and you can take it out. So they have to respect, if you have this in play, the Crab, right? They have to respect that this is sometimes a line that will kill their Surfer Mini, and it gives us an answer a little bit earlier than what we would have had just relying on the hook plus a 3, plus one of our 3/3s, or relying on something just like the Medusa. We also have the Dragonfire, which, because it costs 5, sometimes we can answer something a little bit sooner if it's a big problem. So that is another concession to that. The Yzma is a card that has a lot of sort of double duty in this deck. It is like a bad removal spell, but it is also sometimes like okay draw spell, or an okay put your goat back in your deck kind of thing. It does a lot of things kind of just okay, but it's also inkable, and it does quest for 2. It's a 4/4 with 2 quest. Sometimes there's a world where we put a rabbit back into our deck so that now our deck has more rabbits in it, and we draw the cards with it, or we can tuck one of our 1-drops back into our deck in the mid game to, while it remains card neutral, right? Because you're using the Rafiki plus the Yzma, it does leave behind the 4/4 body that quests for 2. So it gives us a little bit higher lore density since we've shaved on the castles. And the reason, again, that we cut one of the castles is simply because they are under so much more attack right now. A lot more decks are playing things that can directly remove them, so they don't feel as powerful as they could. Obviously, we are still aware of needing that ourselves so that we don't lose to locations, but they have their place in the deck still, in my opinion, but I don't necessarily need as many of them. We may even bring this down to 2. There was a tournament this weekend at the 5K where there were lists that completely cut the castle, and they were just running like more Yzmas. They were running Teeth. They were able to put in more cards of just the things that we would normally see in the deck because they just cut the castles entirely. So they just played more of the normal cards, and they removed castles, and that did well for them because it also serves to blank a lot of the things that some of our opponents are playing. Yeah, exactly. So, for example, we can look at this, right? So the Rise of the Titans, we'll have them, right? So Rise of the Titans becomes pretty blank. Like, at best, it answers Spellbook or Fishhook, which, these in that matchup don't matter that much. They're okay, but they're not really what you care about a ton. And they're holding it, anticipating that you play a location, and if your deck list is not face up and they don't know that you don't have it, then they're just, stuck with this garbage in their hand that doesn't really do anything until much later or ever, right? So it's little things like that. We are able to then keep Mauis and stuff in our opponent's hands, which I think is interesting, right? You can take the Maui in our deck, and we have to keep them a lot of the time. We don't want to ink them because, if our opponent plays a castle and we're just without a board to deal with it, it's a problem. Or if they play any of the other locations, McDuck Manor or whatever. But if we make it so that the Maui is kind of mid against our deck, because we just don't have these, then, they don't have to be running it. That being said, I think once our ideal list all shakes out, I suspect that Castle will be a 2-of in the deck. We're still going to leave it at 3 for now, but I would suspect that you want some amount of this in your deck so that they have to respect it. But you don't want to be flooded with them either. But you want enough of them so that they have to kind of hold a Maui or they have to kind of hold a Fox. Otherwise, sometimes you just slam a castle, put a guy in there, and then all of a sudden they're just in a really bad way. But you also don't want so many of these that you're getting clogged with them, because there's just a lot of other cards. It may just be that we need to be sticking in a few of the 3-drop Maleficent just to smooth out the curve a little bit as well. We have not, in this current iteration of the list, opting for something more on the top end, but it would not surprise me if we do end up on a couple of those. Shave one of these, maybe shave the dragon back to 3, and then run a couple of the 3-drop now. But we'll noodle that out. We'll try this deck as it is right now. This is sort of the first draft of something new that we're trying, and then we'll see how it plays. So let's jump into a couple of games here. See if we can't climb up a few. So we're against blue-red. So this is where having more of that sort of top end is better, right? Because what we really want is to be able to play kind of an average game. And then once we get to sort of the late game, we want our cards to not be useless. So having more of the sort of bigger cards like a Maleficent and things like that, I think are more useful. So we have a couple of options. We have this Chernobog's Followers that could very easily be ink. We'll see how aggressive they are. It's unlikely that they're going to be particularly aggressive given that they're blue and red. We are on the draw. We would like to lead off on one of these, probably. And since we're likely going to be bouncing it with the snake anyway, it's leading me towards just playing the Rafiki here and inking the Shunabug's followers. Because we'd like to hold on to this dragon if we can. We may end up having to ink it anyway, but I'd like to get at least a 3-3 on the board so that in case our opponent runs out something like, say, Winnie the Pooh or whatever, just something. We want to be able to at least give it a little bit of threat, so they're not just freely doing whatever they want. So one of the dragons is gone, makes sense. They've done nothing, which is understandable. Looking at our hand, I guess we're going to have to ink the dragon. It's fine. We have 3 more. It's not the end of the world. We'll do this. We'll bounce this back and we'll pass. We very well may just friends on the other side next turn, inking the Rafiki. We'll see what our opponent does, but if we don't draw a generic 3-drop, I'm okay just drawing 2 cards in this matchup. The way that we are able to keep up with this is we do normal amounts of draw to try and keep up with what they're doing, and then we sort of just 1-for-1 or 2-for-1 with all of their things while maintaining a bunch of cards. So they do have the ability to Maui this if we tap it, which does seem unnecessary for us to just lose our card for free. So I'm just going to leave it untapped and pass. Yeah, I think the idea of Jiminy is really interesting, because the teeth have been pretty middling. You know, very few cards are generally attacked by the teeth anymore that we don't have, like, similar or better answers to at this point, right? Like, they don't interact well with locations or items. Most of the characters are big enough that it just doesn't do much. You know, we don't really care about Beast in the same way that we did before. Like, you don't really need to blast it. We don't have the ability currently to challenge this Flower Gem, which is awkward. That is a bit awkward. I'm considering just running out this goat here. You can deal 3, but that's, like, totally useless. I'm going to ink the Shunabug's followers and just play the goat. And I think I can get in here now. If our opponent decides to just play, like, a Medusa, we'd rather get in the lore. And if they decide to Maui this next turn, I think I'm okay with that at this point. I think it's okay now. So let's quest here. We're just going to play the goat and pass. And if our opponent decides to just quest with Flavershem, we may be able to Maui it. If they don't, and they decide to develop, say, something else, then that's fine. So they end up just playing Maui. It's okay. They use the Quill again, and then I assume that they're going to get this killed here. Okay. That's fine. So we have a few options. I can goat this plus Fox. I can draw 2 cards with the goat and then just Maui it. I think, based on our resources, it would make more sense to me to do this. And then just Maui it. But I could be wrong about that. A little unfortunate. I think it's fine. Need to ink one of these. I guess it's just the snake. So we'll play our Maui, we'll hit here, and then we'll pass. And the reason that I'm okay with this is even if they decide to just do their Maui into our Maui, and like run out of location. We still have the foxes that we can challenge back. Our hand is a little awkward. It is a reason that I wanted to draw cards. Oh, well, that is awesome for us, actually. Sure. They have ramped us into a Medusa play. Now the question is, do I ink here? We're Medusing this every time. I'm just debating on whether or not I ink. If we don't ink, it leaves us with goat and the follow-ups here. If we do ink, it's just inking our better cards. I think I can hold off on a turn. We're likely going to ink next turn no matter what, but this does give us a spot. We can still kill the Flaversham regardless. It does keep us pretty far away from being able to like bounce the Medusa and do that, but we can deal with the Flaversham, which is kind of the most important thing here anyway. We can even put the Medusa back into our hand, which I think is probably what we're going to do. Because I don't need the Pinocchio necessarily as much as I need the Medusa a lot of times. So I think we just do this. We bash the Flaversham. I can ink the second goat here, I think. Because we kind of need one, but the second one loses a little bit of value. It's still good, but we are going to need to keep up with our ink a little bit. So we'll do this, and then if they want to trade here, that's fine. Then we'll pass. And now that we have Pinocchio in play, Jiminy is also like an okay drop off the top. So they play a Lucky Dime. They opt to just quest here. Interesting. Okay, so they're going for a plan to try and aggro us out, which I can appreciate. I think here the play is probably we just kill the Stitch with the Pinocchio. And then we Goat Bounce Goat. I don't think the Tremaine is really necessary. I think this card is a lot better than Tremaine right now. And we're currently running 3 Medusas and 1 Dragonfire because it gives us the ability to pick the things that we want to remove as opposed to not always picking them, which I think is important. Yeah, I think we trade here just to get it off the board. We'll play Goat. We'll bounce the Goat. And then we'll just quest here. And then pass. And I'm not going to ink again. We don't necessarily need to be inking super aggressively here. Especially because we have these double Be Prepareds in our hand. Which don't really do a ton. Another Flaversham. Unfortunate. They have flaved quite a bit this game, which draws them a lot of cards. We've kept up okay for not having any rabbits, but it is a bit awkward for us. So we are going to have to kill this Gaston before they are able to Lucky Dime it. Because obviously that is a bit of a beating. What are our options for that? We can go to 9, play these 2, or we can kill this with the Be Prepared and just like pass. Ugh, that feels pretty bad. Can I really let them Flaversham again? We can also just do this, but I feel like that's better after the B prep. I do think that we're behind a little bit on cards, and that's caused us to be a little light on ink. I would have liked to have played this as well as the B prep, but I don't think I can ink any of these, unfortunately. So I think the play is just to quest here, Be Prepared, and pass. Because I would like to be able to bounce these, but we do have this as a follow-up as well. And if they play something like Gaston and whatever, hey into the manor to make us lose a lore. It's a bit annoying. They're going to gain 1 off the hey here. So we did draw a spellbook, but I think the play is just to Medusa this, play the Shernabog followers, and pass. Because we're not really winning the race with this spellbook currently. We have had no rabbits, which makes this game exceedingly difficult. Mostly because like we're just not doing anything, and our opponent is doing something, which is a problem. So we have Dragonfire, we can hit this Maleficent. This McDuck Manor is a bit of a problem. I think I am going to quest here and draw a card. So we found a crab. We're in this really bad spot where none of our cards have any text on them, and we can only play 1 of them a turn, which is a bit of a problem. If I just do this, our opponent goes to 10, 12, 14, which is a fucking problem. I think we're just losing this game. That's unfortunate. I don't really see a way that we can not lose this game. That's too bad. This is really too bad. Like, none of the cards that we've drawn so far are going to allow us to participate in this game anymore. I think this game is already over. It's really too bad. Like, we had no draw. Our opponent's 6 cards deeper into their deck. And we're just dying to McDuck Manors. We can probably just concede on our turn. Yeah. It's really unfortunate. Good start to the day, I suppose. I don't really see a line that we could have taken that would have been any different. Maybe mulliganing a little bit more, but if you just don't draw any card draw spells, like, there's not much you can do. We drew 4 extra cards. We were almost 25 cards into our deck without seeing a rabbit. Maybe there's a world where we hold on to the Maui, but it is what it is. So we go first. If they're full discard, like, we'll want these Queen's Castles. We're just going to climb. It's kind of the objective. I think this hand is mid, but it's fine. If they're on the full discard version of this deck, then we really want to be able to put some pressure on. I'm going to ink the Chernabog's followers and play the Rafiki. As we may not necessarily ink the Rafiki, but I don't know, we'll see. We've got Z to H. So basically, we went all the way back to 0. We're just climbing up again. I think I can ink a Maui this early. Given our ink situation, I think we do this and pass. We may end up playing both of these. This isn't necessarily for this matchup, though. Maybe this was supposed to be the ink here, then. so that we can keep the Maui. Yeah, in retrospect, that's probably the case. Dang, that's a lot of locations. I'm gonna ink one of them for sure. Let's quest here. We could also just play 2 things. Gives us a flyer plus this. It is a bit vulnerable to swords as a board. I definitely feel like we're supposed to play the Rafiki. I'm just not sure about the Jiminy Cricket. I'm just going to play the Rafiki and pass, I think. And then I'm likely just going to start slamming castles, given what our draw has been. This means that they can't really do anything with this, and if we draw Pinocchio, we can actually still bully this, which we're going to need to do if it's an option. What a tedious play our opponent has made. That's such a weird line to take. Because now they lose their Ursula for free. And if we rip a Pinocchio, they lose their both Ursulas for free. Weird. And they're also still, like, not challenging the castles here either. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we haven't drawn super well this game, so... it may not matter what our opponent does, realistically. I guess we're in the market. Maybe we just use the Mim. I'd rather keep the Mim at a 3/3, I think, and worry a lot less about the Rafiki. I'm debating on this Yzma over this Maui. Like, I'm almost certainly playing a castle this turn. I just don't know if I'd rather have... I think I'd rather have the Maui in this instance. Let's just play this. I don't believe that there's anything that they can do to punish me questing in this spot. And I'll just pass. I mean, they might just make us discard 2 cards, but I don't really think that that is a winning line for them here either. Like, yes, they discard both of these, but Strength of the Raging Fire, sure. They're going to double up on the snake. Okay. I mean, that's the reason that I decided not to put the damage on the snake to begin with. But, like... Alright, I guess we get rid of our Maui. I mean, I don't know how they beat Double Queen's Castle here. Right, like if I just hit this, and then play this, and then pass. Like, I don't know what in these colors is going to have enough juice to fight Double Castle here. Like, their best morph is, or their best shift is Beast, I suppose. I don't think that this is a very good card, though I do think Singing It with Ursula is pretty good. Just because it's like a free Dad Blast or whatever, so discard 2. But this is one of the reasons that I like the castle, because it is good in this matchup, specifically. I think I am just going to play the Jiminy and put it in here, and then pass. So if we get to draw an extra card with it, like, it'd be pretty good. Cloud Kicker's a bit annoying here, of course. But if they don't have that, then I'm a lot less worried about these beasts. Play another morph, sure. Yeah, they hit the castle again. Not a big surprise there, but we get an extra card here. It's huge. Oh, we drew into a rabbit. That's great. We play the rabbit. And we're going to ink... Do we just ink this crab and play the followers? We could just not play something and then put the rabbit into the castle. That's probably better. We're making quest with our flyer. Just do something like this. Quest. Like, we may not even need anything to win this game from here, right? Because now they're still just almost dead from the castles alone. Get rid of an Ursula. We now have Medusa online next turn as well. Big Cindy is a good draw here for sure. I don't think it's enough, though. Like, they still can't fight two locations. They could prevent us from drawing cards if they attacked the correct location. I'm surprised that they didn't double attack this one. I guess we just get to draw a bunch of cards now. We just quest and goat. Go to 18, 19. Yeah, that's probably fine. Quest, quest, goat. Hey, Django, how are you? I guess we'll just do this. May as well put the goat in there and pass. Yeah, we get to draw 2 free cards. Like, I don't think that it mattered, but that was 2 free cards for no reason, basically. The last canon addition to this deck is really interesting, because this is sort of their tech to fight against locations. But it's just such a medium card. Because it's like a one-time use item that does the crab effect, that it's just really weird, you know? Like, I can understand the logic behind putting it in, because it gives them something to do against locations in these colors, but it is not necessarily my favorite card. Alright. So, I would like to not lose any more games today, ideally. So we're going to do our best to be in that position. Alright, we found a rabbit. We are going second. This is an awful lot of goats and rabbits that we don't necessarily need. We can be aggressive in matchups like this, so that's something to be aware of. With the goats, but I think we're just going to get rid of these 3. So we pretty much just have draw. We'll see what flavor they're on, if they're full combo or not. If they're playing Robin Hood turn 1, they still very easily could be the full combo. I guess we get rid of this and pass. Depending upon what they play on 2, I may just play out Jiminy, but I may not. Favoring it for ink instead. So they morph. We have found a Chernabog. If I don't play something, we're just not adding anything to the board for a while. The Chernabog may have been better here, simply because it is a card that can trade with these. Now that I'm thinking about it, but I guess if they don't shift their morph, we can also trade. They ink a beast to play a beast on their morph, I suppose. What? Okay. That is certainly a choice that can be made. Don't necessarily understand that one, but maybe it's not for me to understand. So we'll quest here, and I guess just turn it into 4-3 and pass. I don't know why you wouldn't shift a beast over doing Robin Hood there. Like, I am actively struggling to find a reason that that would ever be better. Or like a situation when that would ever be better. I literally can't think of one. I cannot think of a time when Robin Hood is ever going to be better than a beast in that spot. Literally on turn 3 on the play. I'm debating between this rabbit or this goat. The goat puts more power on the board, which is nice. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's probably just a goat and pass. So that we can threaten this BOGO. Because we can, if we have to, we can ink the snake to play this Dragonfire. But this way it threatens, like, the things that they're doing. Okay. They're able to kill one of our cards, but then they lose their Helga and their Robin next turn. I mean, this is cute, but I don't necessarily think that it's good. If they attack with this BOGO, like, they're probably just going to get to keep it in play, because I'm going to kill the Helga and this Robin, probably. Because this is just banished in a challenge, so they're just going to have BOGO left, which is good, admittedly. Because, like, they're all 2 lore questers. We're on a pretty fast clock. Even though we can clean up most of this board. Well, that helps. We have to draw an Inkable next turn. But I think that's fine. So we get rid of the snake. We blast Helga here. And then we Dragonfire the Robin. Yeah, the Robin is just a better card, right? Because it can actually sing. So we just do that and pass, and we hope that they just don't do anything and we rip an Inkable. Because something like a big Tink is awkward here. They just Whole New World us. No, I did not. This is a new flavor of the deck. So that's a bit awkward for us, actually, because now... Actually, no, it's not. This is fine, because now we have an answer to that with just this. And then we don't need to worry about our Inkables here either. Okay. We'll play Pinocchio, tap this. And then we'll Fox this and bash this. And then we'll just ink the Chernobog followers and pass. If I had another Inkable that made more sense, I would have been fine. I think getting rid of just playing them, but obviously something like Big Tink makes that awkward here. So I guess we're gonna ink the crab so that I can kill this Tinkerbell. Another Tinkerbell would be a bit awkward, of course, but I think it's fine to make them have to do that for their turn. I'd prefer if they did a 3 power thing instead of Tinkerbell, but I suppose they just have it. It's fine. We'll take this turn off to draw some cards, I suppose. Yeah, I guess we bounce this. And I'm probably going to run out the Rafiki here as long as we have a better Inkable. would I consider that to be better? We're likely just going to have to B-prep, so maybe not. Just going to do this and pass. I'm trying to set up for this is probably more useful. But no, I've cut one Medusa for a Dragonfire. Even though I think that Medusa is a very good card, sometimes Dragonfire, A, being 5, but also B, being able to answer something like a Tinkerbell. It can answer, in this case, something like a Helga. Jafar is an important one to hit, I think, a lot of the time. Yep, Beast, Ursula. Hopefully they don't Whole New World us here. It is possible that that's what they have. They may be protecting Tinkerbell, which would be weird, but... Okay, Whole New World. Sure. Guess we quest. I guess I should look at their... Well, too late. Okay, fine. Doesn't really matter, we're casting it anyway. Tinks. That's 2 of their Tinks already. I don't think that we necessarily need this hook. But I am going to run out the Chernabog followers and pass. And if they just play Tink for their turn, like, then they got us. But if we can cycle this into something else, I think I'd prefer to do that. These Whole New World plays where our opponent just, like, plays Whole New World and then passes are just so strange to me. I just don't necessarily really respect it. I'm not sure. I suspect that there's a flavor of this deck that runs it to some effect, to some value, right? I think I'm supposed to be prepared this. And then just draw cards. I don't necessarily need this crab. This is a little awkward to be prepared this board as it is. Because it's our last be prepared. But if we get Whole New Worlded here, like, that's also a bit of a disaster, so I think I may as well just do it. And then we can't play the followers this turn anyway, so I think I'm just going to cast it and then pass. We still have several dragons in our deck as good removal spells, and we obviously have this Medusa here that we can play and then bounce to our hand as well. If they just play Beast, that's super good for us here. So we just get to Medusa, blast it. Let me double check how many we have left. That's 1, 2 Medusas. I suspect the play is just to cast a goat here and then pass without inking. And if they use a hard removal spell on the Medusa, then they got me. They run out a Helga, and I'll let the Storm Rage on our Medusa. Sure. Are they going to use another removal spell on it? No. Okay, so if we bounce it back to our hand, then this Helga just, like, is a 4-power creature, which is fine. But if they have Whole New World, it's a little awkward if I put this back into our hand. But they can just kill it if they quest anyway. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bounce it back to our hand. I'm just going to play another goat. And I think ink the Rafiki, just play the rabbit. Like, we don't necessarily need card advantage that badly. We just need to put pressure on so that whatever they're doing, like, they have to make the choices right now. Because if they want to, like, deal 2 damage to our whole board or Whole New World or whatever, then they have to commit their whole card to do that. They could still double swords us here, but I don't necessarily think that that is that big of a deal. It puts us to 10 and we draw an extra card. Is that enough of the Whole New Worlds, or do they still have... Okay, so that's all the Whole New Worlds. So we don't have to worry about drawing another 12 cards or so. It is a lot of uninkables, yeah. So they played a Beast. Ripping a Medusa off the top would be good. We can also just use this to kill the Beast and then trade, say, the Fox with the Helga. Maybe bounce one of these rabbits back to our hand with the snake. I think that would be a reasonable line. Like, we keep basically everything except for this Robin under control. Could even kill it with the Pinocchio if we want. We'll have to see what else they play. We'll probably want to deal with the Ursula here. We're going to ink this Rafiki for sure. So if I play this, tap the Ursula, we can go here, here. We can still play the dragon then and kill the Beast, and that leaves them with just Robin Hood and 3 cards. And then we can go to 10. Yeah, that's probably fine. So Beast here. We Pinocchio this thing. Goat here. I'd rather keep the goats in play, ideally, in case we end up getting to the point where we can bounce them. We'll hit the Helga, trade there, and then I can just quest with both of these rather than drawing the 2 cards, because we don't necessarily need them this turn. We can just pay ink for this, because we're going to have an excess next turn. Assuming that the game is not just over, because they don't have a lot of cards left to work with here. So they shift the Robin, not a big surprise there. Yeah, so we got the Jiminy Cricket, which if our Pinocchio's still alive, we can draw a card with it, which is kind of cool. But yeah, this is not the matchup for Jiminy, obviously. It's okay, but this is not really the matchup for it. So they grab your sword, rip our Pinocchio, go to 11. Hopefully they don't kill this goat, but if they do, they do. They do that, I assume, to kill the goat. Okay, so that's fine. So we're going to use this dragon to likely take out this Robin Hood then. So that we can reset it as well. So we'll gain 2 here. I'm just going to snake the Maleficent dragon and replay it. Bash there, and then... I can probably just ink this Fishhook and pass. Because they probably have another swords anyway. I think that's fine. Oh no, my friends. What a disaster. Oh, just another one, I see. Okay, well, we'll quest here, we'll quest here. Play the spellbook, do this. And then I suspect just run out a couple of things. And then pass. And then even double swords plus attacking this doesn't necessarily solve their problem. It can kind of clean up the board, but it's just not enough. Even if they managed to clear everything, they would be left with just an Ursula, which really obviously isn't enough in that spot. They would need a bit more juice, I think, at that point. The Chernobog's followers have been fine. Nothing to write home about so far. Even if they were 1/3s, I don't think it would have made a big difference there. So we're against blue-purple. Jiminy should be good in this spot. We can probably ink, like, some of this. The hook should also be good here. This hand is fine, but not exciting. We can send this back. We have enough other things that we can ink that may be drawing something a little bit better. I'm debating on whether or not we even play this Rafiki. Turn 1. Like, it might just be ink and then we play this on 2. Because this is only going to be able to quest, like, once this game. Whereas this is probably going to get in several times. So I think this is the play. There's a world where just, like, running out the Rafiki would be fine here, but there's just so few times when it's going to be able to get in more than once. Like, the Chernobog's followers, I think, is better in those positions, for sure. I'm going to get rid of a goat, even though we are likely going to be the aggressor this game. Most of the time in this color combination, this should be able to get in for pretty well the rest of the game, I think. I don't know if they actually have a ton of clean answers to Jiminy Cricket. We may even bounce it just to kill their thing, but... Oh, that was a misink? That makes sense. I couldn't come up with a legitimate reason that it would make sense that that was what you inked there. So it had to either be a misplay or just bad play. Like, those were the only two options, so that makes way more sense that it was just a misink. Like, you were probably looking to send a Robin to the bin and then shift Beast, and then that game would have been really hard. That would have been real hard. I like the Fishhook in this matchup because they likely play a lot of locations. I'm just debating on whether or not I even develop it this turn. We're questing this for sure. I don't think that I develop it this turn. I think I'm just going to ink the castle and play the crab. And then pass. Yeah, you got the beast and then just inked it, and then you're like, oh no. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Especially because you already have the Robin, like, ready to go. You're like, oh, if I draw an inkable, I'm going to put that in the bin, and then we're good to go. It just happened to be, like, literally the best card in your deck, so it's a bit of a disaster. I feel that, though. Alright, so they go to 2. It's fine. In this spot, because we like every card in our hand, I'm just going to sing and draw cards. We can opt to maybe ink one of these Mauis and just develop the hook here. I think that's okay. And we'll quest for our 1 and pass. We can even use the Jiminy Cricket with the crab or the hook now to kill something like a Mickey Mouse. Just play a bell. Okay. This is definitely one of the cards of all time. Our opponent is choosing violence, I suppose. So I can Maui the snake. We can just leave them with the bell. Do we care? Alternatively, we crab the detective and we fox this with the Pinocchio. Then we can ink the crab because we have the fish hook. That lets us keep these 2 plus the Maui, which I think is maybe worth it. And I just, like, don't care about the snake. We'll just delete the other 2 kind of for free. So let's do that. We don't necessarily need the crab since we have the Maui in hand then. So let's do this. We'll bounce the crab. It doesn't really matter that we buff here. This goes to ink. And that lets us keep our better cards as well, which I like. Let's get rid of Bell before it becomes a problem. I doubt that it's going to be a problem anytime soon, but we'll remove it. And we can see here that, like, they just don't have an answer to Jiminy Cricket. So it has pretty well just quested for 3 without any recourse from our opponent, right? If they play Snake here on the Rabbit or Fox, like, that would be pretty good for them, I imagine. They decided to trade there. If they don't protect their Rabbit, I'm likely just going to Medusa it and be happy with that. We'll ink the followers. We're fine just getting rid of the Rabbit before they have the opportunity to bounce it. We do have a line where we can bounce our Jiminy and draw a card with it, if we're so interested. If they drew a Fox, they can kill our Pinocchio for free if we tap it. Which I think we don't need to open ourselves up to. I think I can just pass here. Obviously, they don't have a ton of Foxes. They have 4 in the deck, right? But we don't need to allow that to be an option. Yeah, so then the Cricket is just like a blowout because it just deletes the Pascal as an option. So they're just inking a bunch, which I can appreciate. So we'll quest here. We can quest here. Do we want to draw 1 card to cycle? Probably, actually. I mean, I don't love it, but I think that digging 1 card deeper into our deck instead of having the Snake is probably more useful. I would rather not ink this Maui or this Maleficent. Based on their colors, I mean, we could also just run out Maui, too. I think I'm fine just doing this, though. We don't necessarily need a second hook. I think I can ink that and pass. Well, we can actually do this. And then get in, and then pass. What did the Chernobog followers replace? So because we cut the teeth entirely from the deck in favor of the Jiminy Crickets as our answer to Blue Fairy, the 1/3s were no longer really that relevant. Because they just kind of don't do anything. Without the teeth, like, the 1/3s don't matter, basically. So we were then in a position where... What's Elsa's problem? We were then in a position where we wanted something to be able to still have our 1-drops, but we don't need the 1/3, right? The 1/3 just doesn't matter. So then at that point, it is reasonable to do something like this. Okay, so this is a little awkward because I don't want to ink this second Maui. Like, we're always playing a Maui here. I don't really want to ink the second Maui because it is still good on this board. Especially if they play like the McDuck Manor. I feel like what we should do is kill both of these. And then we can quest with the Pinocchio. Like, I think I bash here. I think we buff the Jiminy Cricket to hit this Mickey Mouse. And then just eat that. And then I think I just quest with the Pinocchio. And I don't think that I ink, even though it allows us to play into this Maleficent Dragon, because I think the Maui is good enough. I know that it feels a little weird, given that if we rip an inkable, like, the dragon is awesome. But if our opponent Elsa's, we can just Maui again, and that's okay, right? And if they're trading here, that's fine, because that means that they're not questing with it, and I don't need the Pinocchio in play. Obviously, it makes our future Jiminy Crickets worse, but it's fine. So they opt to just trade, which means that they probably have another Elsa in hand. But even another Elsa just, like, doesn't trade super well here. I think it's fine. So they tap these two. So they're working under the assumption that this Maui is going to trade with that Elsa, but they are going to be in for a bit of a rude awakening here. So there's actually multiple ways that we could make it so that this Maui doesn't have to hit that Elsa. We could give this evasive, which is kind of cute. We can actually just kill both of these Elsas here, which I think we're going to do instead. So I'm going to tap this one. We're just going to bash here, and then we're going to play our other Maui, and then hit the other one like this. And then I suppose that we're supposed to give something evasive. I guess the Maui, and then we'll pass. So we could have given the Elsa evasive if we didn't want to use our Maui to do that. I think it's fine to do that in this spot some of the time if we didn't have the ability to just kill both with our Pinocchio. Double Rabbit. Damn, their top of their deck is very nice compared to ours. We have so far played 0 rabbits, which is awkward. I do feel like we're in the world where we have to ink this to try and play towards this dragon now, since we are rabbitless idiots. We quest here. I guess we quest with this and then give it evasive, and then pass. Because then if they quest with their Rafiki, we just get to kill it for free. Really unfortunate that our opponent has double rabbit here and we have no rabbit. Have we done any rabbits this game? No. We're basically just working with what we've played so far on the board. That's still on the board. So they tap 2 things. They're going to be able to use their Maui to... or their Rafiki to kill Maui, I suppose. I'm actually surprised that they didn't tap the Pinocchio and use one of the rabbits to kill Pinocchio here. I guess they're banking on using it as a questing character. Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to use the castle to... for ink, because I think this Maleficent is more useful in this spot. Just to kill Elsa number 3. Because it's also now a 7/5 on board. We can quest here, and then just pass. And the best thing that they can do is like Rabbit plus Tala on the snake, which is fine. Like this, Jiminy Cricket has been in play this entire game, by the way. And it has quested every single turn but one. So if you're looking for a reason to play these Jiminy Crickets, I feel like this is a pretty good example of a game where the Cricket is doing very well. Man, the top of our opponent's deck has been very good this game. They are 9 cards ahead of us, which is really unfortunate. 9 cards is an awful lot. It's going to be hard to race them, I think. We can gain 4 or 5 with the Pinocchio next turn. And go up to 16. Lord. We'll see what the top of our deck offers for us, I guess. A snake. We can reset the Jiminy if we want to draw a card. Bouncing the Maleficent doesn't make sense. I think I'd rather just give it evasive. We quest here. I think I'm going to do this, though. And then we'll see where that leaves us. Friends on the other side. That is not bad. So we rip a Maui. Which will be good next turn. But for now, I think the play is just to give this evasive and then gain some more. And then now a goat just ends it for us because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm debating on whether or not I should just quest with this Pinocchio here to make them have to attack into it. I feel like I should just to get into my lore. So we should have all of our goats in the deck still. Hey, Shelby Gaming, appreciate the follow. Our opponent has so much more ink than us, and they have churned through so much of their deck. Yeah, so then they crab it, that makes sense. They play Grandmaster. Oh, fuck. Okay, so we're just dead on board if we don't rip the crab, I guess. Because I don't think that we can stop the Tala from killing us, because we can kill. Okay, let's assume that we gain our 3 here to set up for lethal. We can kill Yzma and one of these. That leaves them with 1, 2, 3, 4. Puts them at 18, so they would just need literally anything that adds an ink. So a Bell or a Mickey or a goat to kill us, which is not a good spot to be. So let's start with this and draw 2 cards. That'll work. Spellbook will do just nicely. 4, 3. So that was a non-rabbit purple mirror, basically, where our opponent was... I don't think I have a way of getting out of this. I don't know how many cards I have left, because I can't get out of this screen now that I'm into it, but we were probably at least 10 cards down, right, on our opponent, even with the friends at the end there. And we still managed to draw cards with our Jiminy. It doesn't close after every game, no. It does close after some of them, though. So we're against blue steel, so the Pinocchios are okay, but not great early. We can Rafiki Snake. I would like a draw of some sort. Maybe I get rid of the second snake. We can keep 1 Maui. We'll send back the Pinocchios, and we'll see what we draw. 2 dragons. Well, it's not ideal, but I will ink 1 for sure. I don't know if it gained over 10 lore, but it was quite a bit. Like, it was pretty free how much it gained. It drew 2 cards because we bounced it twice, so it was at least as good as the regular Maleficent, right? Like the Maleficent 3. Except that it was an evasive 2-drop instead. I would have to see how many turns that game was for us to know exactly how much it gained. So that's actually really interesting, because it means that I almost want to... I almost want to leave the Rafiki in play, but we kind of need it for ink. I feel like I have to send this other Maleficent back for ink here. We'll just quest with our Rafiki. Put it back in our hand to make sure that we have ink. Obviously, if they just, like, smash it, it's a little awkward for us here. But we are on the draw, so there's something to be said there. We're in kind of a rough spot. I mean, Cusco's not really making it back in because it just isn't a good card in the current format, in my opinion. So they're almost certainly going to Whole New World us next turn if they're just running out Quill and deleting their whole hand, which is not ideal. But it will be like their whole turn because they don't have anything else going. But I'm likely going to just kill this Smee with this snake then. And probably run out the crab. Because our snake is obviously much worse than the Smee. This is not a Jiminy Cricket matchup, necessarily. I mean, they don't have a ton of answers for it, but where our hand is at... I guess the Rafiki's not coming down either, unless we play it next turn. I am going to play the crab. And I'm just going to bash the Smee and then say go. And if they want to Whole New World us, they Whole New World us. Like, our hand isn't stellar. Like, our best card is the Maui, and then probably the Fox. But we have the Crab now. And if their play is just to gain a bunch of ink and then do that, like, we don't love it, but it is a pretty average blue-steel game that doesn't have anything on the board. Oh. Okay, sure. They have turboed out a Gaston, which is certainly something that you can do. I wish that I had one more ink, because I could Pinocchio this Gaston. If we assume that this is Whole New World, or the top card is Whole New World, I'm debating on whether or not I even want to cast this Friends on the Other Side. If I don't, our play is pretty bad though, so I guess I'm going to do it and be fine if they just kill our Crab here. In this case, I'm just going to play another Crab and Ink Jiminy. The reason that I'm sort of holding on to this Yzma is we don't have any other card draw. Yeah, this is Whole New World for sure. Really annoying. Like, okay, we've been boomed. So the Captain Hook is likely to trade here. They have 1,000 ink. If they just play a location, we can answer a location next turn. But we wouldn't be able to answer it this turn necessarily. I can kill the Gaston here in a couple of different ways. With the Crab here. Or I can develop the Fish Hook and just bash it. It would leave us with nothing on board, which is a little awkward. But then we get to keep the Fox, which I think has value. Depends on how much I value this Crab versus the Fox, basically. And it feels like this Fox is a more useful card, and I'd just rather have the Fish Hook developed. So let's do this. We'll make this into a 6, and we'll just take out the Gaston. And then pass. And unfortunately, like, our opponent is having a perfect game, right? Where they were able to ink essentially their entire opening hand with Fishbone Quill, and then rip a Whole New World off their Gaston exactly when they needed it. And now our opponent is going to... They killed our Hook, which is annoying. But they're going to be able to Whole New World here again. And then have 7 ink to play something after. They opt to play Flaversham, so it's unlikely that they have the Whole New World here if they're going to draw 2 cards. Unless it rips into one of these two, of course. Would surprise me if they quest with this Cogsworth for fear of just losing it unnecessarily to a Maui, but maybe they just don't care. Damn, they just don't give a fuck, huh? Yeah, we're not in a great spot here. I think I'm going to get rid of the Chernobog's followers and just play double Rafiki Queen's Castle. I don't really see a better line to play this turn. This makes them have to do something with Titans. Honestly, a whole new world wouldn't even be so bad for us here. Ripping into a B prep wouldn't be that bad. Like, if they decide to swords this board, then they do. But currently they're not challenging this Queen's Castle very much. So they would have to use a spell on it to be able to interface with it. Zeus or Titans has a pretty clean answer to it. Sure, it's fine. I just want them to be using resources dealing with nonsense because we just don't have a better answer to what's on their board right now. We're currently not threatening this Flaversham particularly much. We would need to use all of our cards to rumble into it, especially now that they played another Cogs. If they're not going to whole new world here, this is like a ridiculous play, right? Like, if I just B prep here, like, they just lose. Hello? Guess they just don't care. These are hitting for 1. I'm running 4. So I guess we just pass. Opponent rips Popsicle off the top, draws 2 cards with it, plus the card that they drew, so they have just like a full grip. They grabbed your sword and kill both of our Rafikis. Great. Neat. Like, we're just going to die to them playing cards because we're not interacting with any of them. Like, they just run more things out and to be prepared. Which I think is a little silly. I guess it helps them close the game out faster, but like, we're in a position where either we B-prep or we lose. Our draws today have been fucking abysmal. It's just like... Guess I have to deal with a Cogsworth. Suppose I can deal with a Cogsworth and a Mickey and put the Maui back into our hand. We can do this. I guess this, put the Maui back, and then hit the Mickey. It's the best I've got. They're gonna go to 16. Please whole new world me. They're gonna Flaversham and draw. I suppose that makes sense. Yeah. Popsicle, DYB. I mean, here's just like double McMahon or whatever. Our opponent's 9 cards ahead of us. We're a bit late on Be Prepared at this point. Like, we just don't have... Oh my fucking god, dude. Our draws today have been not good. I don't really think our changes to the deck have mattered at all, which is really unfortunate. We just haven't participated in these games that we're playing. All right. Not really how I like losing, but they got us. Holy fuck. Like, imagine if we have a Be Prepared there when they over Cogsworth and then they just lose 5 cards for free. Whatever. Alright, we go next. I really don't think that that is telling on our deck necessarily. And maybe it is, I don't know. I don't believe that in either of... Like, how many rabbits have we even drawn today? Like, realistically. Because it feels like not a lot. We need this Rafiki. We have Rafiki Pinocchio, which is good. I think we're getting rid of Goat to play Rafiki here and pass. I mean, all we've played against is Whole New World decks, and sometimes they Whole New World and sometimes they don't. Is the play just to blast this Robin? Probably. We don't necessarily have to. But we may as well. Like, we don't really need this Rafiki otherwise, and we may as well just take the Robin Hood out now. Yes, I keep it in almost every matchup. The few opportunities when we don't need it, then it just is ink, but there's very few decks that you don't want your first Maui. And it is also always an inkable, so your fail case is that if you desperately need ink, you can ink it. So they're full-on Bucky discard, of course. Which means that we don't need this Maui, but we will want the benefit of this. Jiminy Cricket, probably. If we play Jiminy now, then we don't have an answer to Ursula. I would rather have an answer for Ursula. So I'm going to quest here and do this and pass. If their play is just to play another Bucky, then we still have the Rabbit, and this is a follow-up later. But this does make playing Ursula really awkward now, because they know that we have the Pinocchio in hand. And if we don't have the line of... Sure. If we don't have the line of just run out Rabbit, we can also do Pinocchio plus Jiminy Cricket in the same turn. It recycles itself, and then we can still attack what they're doing. So this is the reason that I inked the Friends, because there's just never an opportunity to play it unless it's off the top in this matchup. So our opponent just played a 1-3 with no text, so that's good for us. I guess we're getting rid of this Goat. So we can play the Rabbit here, because we're going to need draw. That's actually a pretty good pickup. I think I can quest here and pass. This does leave us a little bit vulnerable to specifically fire the cannons plus attack our Fox with their 1 and then play Ursula, but that's a pretty narrow line. Yeah, let the Storm Rage on is fine though. Like, as long as it's not also developing the Ursula, I don't really care that much. Okay, so now they're at 5. So I'm debating if I bounce it with the snake or if I just play another rabbit first. We can always ink the Jiminy if we have to. I think the play is just running out more rabbits. And I'm actually going to ink the Maui here. No, I'm going to ink the Jiminy. That's silly. And then we'll pass. And now we have a couple of choices. We can either kill whatever they play with our Medusa here next turn. By just discarding this Pinocchio. Yeah, that's fine. We'll discard Pinocchio. We can hit their beast and then just quest for 2. Or we can just draw 2 cards. I suspect the Medusa is a better line. So we'll ink the followers. And then I will play the Medusa. And then just dump here. And we'll get in. And what's nice about our hand is that even if their play is just to do another thing and make us discard a card, we likely just bin the Maui. And then we have options to like interact with what they're doing. We don't have a great answer to Ursula right this second. So I think my play is to draw some cards. Do I just blow up this board before they can Ursula? What can Ursula even do here? Make us discard cards, I guess? Literally the best line for Ursula in steel and green is draw 2, discard 2, make them discard 2 cards, or deal damage and kill cards. So, given that it's mostly just irrelevant garbage, I'm just going to draw more cards. We'll replay the rabbit, draw another card. We don't necessarily need Hook in this matchup, but we super don't need the Chernabog followers in this matchup. So we're going to send that, and then we'll just quest with these 2 and pass. Because now so we have a couple of things going for us. Because they're not playing purple, the Ursula has a finite amount of cards that it can combo with that are actually relevant. Sure. That's annoying, but it really doesn't do much. We have a lot of Pinocchios now, so that'll be good. Again, the best thing that they can do with Ursula is remove 2 of our cards here, or just do nothing. And in this case, they did nothing, so we're just going to double Pinocchio, kill everything on their board. We Pinocchio this. Oh, they concede. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the Ursula in the green steel deck against us is a lot less scary than in the purple green. If they draw 4 cards and get to keep all of them out of the purple green, like, it ends up being really unfortunate for us because they can just have a full hand refueled going into the next spot. So I'm going to keep jamming with this flavor of the deck. Getting into these matchups now, the red-purple mirrors are kind of where I think the changes are going to make the most impact. So we're going second here. We definitely get rid of all of our uninkables. And I think that's it. I think it's just the uninkables. Make sure that we can still play the game. Purple does have most of the best cards, yeah. So we'll see what our opponent's draw looks like. Obviously our hand is a little slow, but we do have the Jiminy Cricket. We'll ink the Maleficent Dragon because we don't need one this early. I will need a rabbit at some point, of course. So our opponent is on Surfers. What are we getting rid of here? Probably just 1 snake or a goat. I would like to keep the Maui. I would like to keep the crab. I'd like to keep the friends. So we're sort of running out of cards then to get rid of. It's either a snake or a goat, and I think the goat is just worse than the snake a lot of the time. So we're just going to play the Jiminy Cricket and pass. I likely will get rid of one snake. They are reading our card, realizing that they don't have a ton of answers for it, most likely. They had a Teeth and Ambitions, which is an answer for it, interestingly. So they have a Minnie Mouse. I believe that I am just going to ink one of these snakes now and then draw 2 cards and pass. And if they decide to quest with it or sing with it, we're just going to crab it. So they just pass the turn. So I will crab and delete your card. I don't know if I really need a second Jiminy. I think we'll get rid of that, but I don't know if they intentionally were not inking there, but understandable. Let's play the goat here. Since I have the crab, I'm just going to ink a Maui and pass. I'd like to close this game out. I don't know if they have decided that their game is not worth playing or if that was unintentional to pass the turn. But their whole hand could be uninkable, and that's a possibility too. I feel like our play is supposed to be to remove this so they can't bounce it. On the goat, I think. And then let them draw their card. I'm going to bounce the goat back to our hand, and then we'll quest for 2. And I don't think I ink here, because we still have a line of killing something. It's likely that this is all uninkable then, if they're still participating. Yeah, it just must be a bad hand. Yeah, they probably have like a bunch of rabbits. Which isn't great. I mean, this deck can very easily come from behind and still do well. I likely don't worry about the rabbit. I can just not quest with Pinocchio for a turn. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm just not going to quest with Pinocchio. Just going to do this, this, this. And then I'm going to play the goat. I'm going to ink the Maui. And then I'm just going to bounce the goat back to my hand and pass. And then that really leaves their best line as just like Fox or Maui, but then they can't kill 2 of these necessarily. And then we can gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to go to 16, 17, 18. So we're very close to just being able to win, even though the rest of our draw is pretty trash. Mostly because they can't be prepped this turn specifically. They can still Medusa us here, which is a line, but they can't rabbit for good benefit. Like, these are likely Medusas or Tremaines or whatever. And they probably do have the Be Prepared, but we're going to try and set ourselves up with the goat to be within lethal. So they ended up having to Medusa the Jiminy Cricket. Draw 2 cards, I guess. Maybe use Teeth on the Pinocchio. Draw 2 cards. Well, that is a good draw. Interestingly, what I should do with that is, I think quest with these, and then Fox the Fox to kill the rabbit. Or Fox the Snake, I suppose. Foxing the Fox is probably better. But it's probably just Fox. No, it's just Fox the Snake, because then we don't need more ink either. And then we just don't play anything else this turn. We just quest all out. So this, and this. And then I just Fox and put the snake back in my hand. And we'll kill the rabbit and pass. And then this is pretty much lethal. Even though we're kind of stuck on 6 ink. I don't think that this color combination has any real way of racing us doing this and then just following it up with this again. Especially if we draw any bounce, another goat, a spellbook, whatever. We just play the goat, play the snake, bounce the goat, and pass. We could ink the Maui, but I don't think that we have to just yet. We can wait. So we've used 2 foxes and a snake. So we do have quite a bit of bounce left. Spellbook as well. So their draw was a little slow and we decided to just be the beatdown. Yeah, this does have no whale. We ended up shaving it for like the Yzma. Which I think is fine. I don't know if it's necessarily the ideal, but I think it's okay here. So they play a Tremaine. We rip a Rafiki. So I'm really debating on whether or not I should play this goat and take us to 18. Because they're going to have to answer the goat immediately. Which still puts us to 19, and then any additional card is a lethal threat. It does make it so that our bounces are not necessarily lethal immediately. But I think it's probably fine. Like, I'm just going to play this and pass, and then if they don't have an answer to this, the game is just over. And if they do have an answer to it, then any card that we play going forward, another goat, also just finishes it. But I do think that this is a little risky because we do have a lot of things that can combo with this to finish the game. It does set them in a spot where it is literally answer our thing every turn or lose, right? Which I think is okay. The worst thing that they could do to us is shift Tremaine and then bounce it back, I guess. That's fine. Yeah, we could Dragonfire or Be Prepared our own goat if they let us untap. So we had plenty of answers to just end the game if they let us untap. So it is almost certainly just Be Prepared here. I wish that I had more ink. But we're just going to get rid of the Maui, and we're going to Be Prepared. And then pass. And then we have a world where we can, like, play Rafiki and a Queen's Castle, and then our opponent has to both deal with our card and our castle. Oh my goodness, we're getting Ursula'd. Unexpected. Oh shit, we're fucking dead. We're getting boomed here. How unexpected. Well, that's just fucking rude. Okay, it is just gonna be this plus this. This forces them to choose between the same questions that we were asking them before, but unless they have Crab, they can't also play their Ursula. They can Medusa the Rafiki, though, which would be unfortunate. Yup. goat kills them here. Chernobog's followers. Do I need to blow up this board? I don't think so. I think I can just Chernobog's followers and let them gain 2. Very awkward that they are double spelling in this economy. Another game without rabbits, by the way. I swear to God we do play rabbits, though. Like, they are in our list. They Ursula us, draw another card, get us back to 17. And then they play a goat, which is fine. So they're going to quest, they're going to go up to 8. And they are working with the intention of trying to race us. So we're going to quest with this, activate the ability to draw a card. Given that we actually drew a card that we can cast, I think I am going to ink the Jiminy Cricket. Even though they have a lot less answers to it, they do have answers to it now. We are going to be prepared, obviously, because it's, you know, exactly what we need in this spot. We're going to play the Chernobog followers, so they are going to be limited in the number of answers that they have. They're probably on a split of these. They had to be prepared our Chernobog's followers, which is fine. We have so many cards that would be good draws here. There, finally. We'll take the goat. This was a more difficult match than it needed to be for how many turns that they skipped in the beginning. But we were able to win again without our rabbits, so it's okay. No. So the problem with Ursula is that if we had a Medusa, we just kill it. Ursula's stat line is really bad. Even though it looked okay there, the stat line on Ursula is the problem. It's okay against steel, but not insane. And it is really pretty bad in the mirror, even though it's, like, I would rather just be playing Elsa's, I think, if we're in that position. So obviously we send the Uninkables back, and we can put one Maui back as well, because we'd rather draw this later, but one is fine. There are still some boards where they Flaversham, and we need to interact with it through the earlier parts. This looks like a very serviceable hand. We don't really need this Rafiki. We can play the Chernobog followers and pass. And likely I'm just going to snake it, but we could always just draw this and keep these two. Or draw with it and keep them if we don't need the 3-3. But we'll see what our next draw is. Having a 3-3 on board to contest like their Smees and whatever isn't so bad. What is this? Even a real card? Okay, fair enough. Interesting. I would like to get a 3-3 in play then. We probably don't need this. So I'm going to quest here. Decline the ability. We're going to get rid of friends on the other side and then snake it. And pass. What do you mean? We get the lore anyway. This is a May. You may banish it to draw a card, so you can just quest with it. Yeah, you can decline. Ah, you're good. You're good. We have not really used this card a lot, so... But yeah, this is a choice. So you can just keep questing with it, and that's a viable option. So they end up running out of Smee. They can shift in Whole New World next turn, I think. I'd have to look at the kit Cloud Kicker again, but I'm pretty sure that you can just shift and like blast, but I think our play is just to upgrade you to a 4-3. And then pass. I would look up the Cloud Kicker, but I just don't care. So I'm not going to, and we'll just let them shift 3 if they want. So it is shift 3. They get a 2/5. I'm not sure yet. This is the first time that we're playing with it, and I don't actually know. I don't even think that whole new worlding here is really that good. I think it is fine at best. Like, we're just going to get to kill their Cloud Kicker here. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. It feels like just such a waste of resources to be like, oh, we ink some stuff and then we bin our whole hand. It's just so weird to me. But to each their own if they are really excited about playing this kind of garbage. Whole New World is just like not my favorite kind of card. So we'll do that, and I think we just ink Jiminy maybe. This is not really for this matchup. We lost like one good card and then a couple of bounces. They lost a Grab Your Sword and a Gaston. I don't know. It's fine. Like, we 2-for-1 them by getting rid of the Cloud Kicker, right? So we still have 7 cards, and we're just even again. It's just such a weird... Whole New World decks are just something else. It's like a dedicated mill deck working under the assumption that if you hit good stuff from your opponent's hand, then you're going to win the game, right? If you mill good cards, then they won't have those cards to be able to beat you with. Is a line that players that play a lot of mill think about, and it's just like not a good thought process a lot of times because it's just so... I'm going to use the word incorrect, but that's not really the way of thinking about it. It's just like a weird way of thinking because it doesn't set you up for success a lot. I think we bash here. And then I'm debating on this goat. Right, but it costs... I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. It's just so silly. Yeah, I guess it is just get rid of this because we have the rabbit. And then I'm just going to play a goat and then pass. Like, but they did pay for it. They played a Cloud Kicker and another card. So they used like 2 cards and then let their 2/5 be vulnerable to like getting killed. If your thing lives guaranteed, sure, but ugh, it's just so weird. I hate it as a card. And I wish that it wasn't in the format, period. And I wish that there was just better draw and better answers, so we just need more sets to exist, right? Hey, crazy follower, appreciate that. And then shoots and misses. Thanks for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Should maybe see if I've got a Prime sub to give myself. I haven't checked that in a while. So they play a Flaversham, and they draw 2 more cards. Sure. That makes sense. And they quest, and then they look at our hand. So now they know that if they beat, Whole New World us, that they get rid of 2 B-Preps. Okay. That is something that they know about now. Somehow my Prime sub is just not there, whatever. What are we doing here? We can kill the Smee. Not currently, but it's not something that is outside of the realm of possibility down the road. Like, it's so unlikely that they Whole New World next turn. So I kind of want to draw some cards, but they might just Whole New World me, and then that's a big cost, so whatever. I think so. I think I'll be playing in the next Thea event. I really want this Fishhook against this matchup, but I don't know when I'm going to have time to play it before they wheel us, so... And if they just play McDuck Manor, like, I want to be able to answer it, so I'm going to do this. And then just bounce the rabbit here. And then pass. I think that I'm going to. Tandy, how you doing? So I did alright at the last event, but the competition was pretty fierce. Fishbone Quill. And SWK, appreciate the follow. Everybody hanging out. The Ink Rise of the Titans, because we got rid of our item. That makes sense. That was actually the reason that I kept the crab over that. Luckily, they can't sing Whole New World, but now that they have the Quill, it's a little awkward for us. Are they just going to get rid of the Quill? Okay, draw 2 cards. They're 6 cards deeper than us. They run out another Cloud Kicker. Maybe play one more card and we'll just B-prep the board. It's not like these are getting any better. They opt to just pass. So I can kill this Flaversham, leave them with the kit, but if they shift the kit here, they can sing the Whole New World, which is a little awkward. I feel like rather than developing kind of a mopey board of like draw a card, kill their thing, I would almost rather just remove the shift target entirely, since they know that we have these, which make them a lot worse. It does make the crab a bit worse, but we do always have the line of like crab plus fox later. And they don't necessarily know about the crab yet, so I think we're going to do this just to remove this as a problem, and then pass. And if they want to Whole New World us now, I think it's fine. They're McDuck Manoring, not respecting the crab, which I can appreciate. We do need a Maui to be able to kill it outright, because we're 1 ink short from being able to crab fox, crab. So they absolutely have Whole New World if they've inked their entire universe. Nah, I'd still put them on it. You almost always have to put them on it because they generally always have it. Okay, so this is awkward because we can't quite kill the manor. We can do a lot to it. We can deal all but 2. Then we can run out like the Chernobog followers and the Rafiki. Yeah, mostly. We also added more top-end stuff. Alright, I'm going to play crab. I'm going to play fox on the crab. Here. And then I'm going to bash this for 7. And then I would like to play both of these, but it does mean that we don't have our crab anymore, which is a little awkward. But I don't really think that I can afford not to ink. And if we're going to ink, I'd like to have both of these. But they are down one, grab your sword. Alright. We do it. This gives us the most potential to be able to deal with a manner with the cards that we had, since we only had the one rush. There's actually a world where we assume that they don't have Whole New World, and we sandbag this a turn. It's when we can do crab plus the fox plus the crab, and then just take it and kill it outright. But all we're doing then is just playing some rabbits, which is not really that exciting. They can still Whole New World this turn. I don't know why they quested before they cast the Whole New World, but it's fine. So they did have it. We can clear the McDuck Manor pretty easily here, and we can take out the Gaston with this, which I think is probably worth. I'm just going to use this to deal with the Smee, because we don't necessarily need the card, given that we have a rabbit in hand anyway. We Maleficent the Gaston. We'll Rafiki here, and then we'll quest for one. And then we'll pass. And now, we're not in an incredible position, because we're down 2 Be Prepareds and 3 of our rabbits. So we have to be kind of conservative with our draw here. Our opponent still has 2 Whole New Worlds, though, so we do need to just be making sure that we're dealing with what's on the board as much as we can. Cogsworth, Cogsworth. Okay. Into a Cloud Kicker. So if we just have Whole New World here and we sing it, like, we just bury them. Unfortunately, we don't. We could still hit it off of the rabbit here. Oh, sorry, Be Prepared. Okay, so I am gonna blow up this board. I'm just debating on whether or not I need this rabbit in my hand or not. I don't think so. Given that they have so many B-Preps left in their deck, I don't think that I need the rabbit in my hand. I'm just going to play Queen's Castle here. I'd like to keep the goat, and I'd like to keep some of this Maui going on. But I don't know if I need both of these Mauis. Like, I want to keep the goat. I want to keep at least a Maui. Maybe we ink one. Since we have the fox, we can bounce it back. I think we do this and pass. So we've dealt with a lot of their ward characters. We are running low on Be Prepareds, however. So if they commit a lot of characters to the board, we are going to be in a tough spot. We can try to race, though. If they don't have the answer for the castle, we have a world where we can try to race pretty well. Tinkerbells are fine. I can't quite deal with both Tinkerbells, but I can pretty easily deal with one, which makes their Whole New World a lot worse, obviously. So we'll hit here. Now I'm debating if the play is just to run out the book here, or to stick these things in the castle. If we work under the assumption that they have Whole New Worlds, the only reason that they would have Quilled last turn, then I would rather have probably Spellbook over the Goat. And we don't care then as much about drawing the cards. So I think the play is that we ink the Goat and play the Spellbook and activate it. And then pass. Hey, Star Llama, appreciate the follow. So the reason that we're doing this is if we assume that they have something to answer what we're doing here, then we can try to just race them to finishing the game here. Fox doesn't do much. Let's draw 2 cards. That's fine. We don't gain the 1 from the Spellbook here. But we do still get to blow up the Tinkerbell. And then pass. And then now we still have the Queen's Castle in play. I don't know how many Zeuses they have left. Also, if they've sent any to the Inkwell either. But at least now they can't just attack the Queen's Castle. And now we have a line where we can even Fox back the Maleficent if we need to answer something. And if they don't answer our board, like, they're pretty well just dead to the Spellbook, because I don't think they can race outside of Bell, which we have an answer for. These lists don't generally play Bell anymore, though. Mostly because it dies to Medusa pretty easily. They might play some, but they generally don't play a lot. And if they're playing the Cloud Kicker version, they cycle their Popsicle. Okay. They ink a Flaversham, so that's Whole New World for sure then. Like, literally 100% of the time. So they found Zeus for the castle. Which means we still have our Maleficent in play, so it's not just a clean answer for them. So they have a second Zeus. Okay. Well, we have no way of killing this Cogsworth currently. But we can just be prepared what they've got on the board now. 1, 2, 3 Whole New Worlds. So we can... This is a 2, and this is a 2. So if I be prepared, that leaves us with 5, and then it's this plus the Spellbook. That's 6, so we do need to ink something. At this point, it may as well be Crab, because the game is almost over. But I think that I be prepared here. I run out the Goat. I run out the Rafiki. And then we just quest and pass. So there's a world where we, that turn, just Yzma and leave their board. But I don't think that we have to leave their board here. We can remove it, and then the best that they can do is sort of, they have to commit what they have, and then we can use our removal spells after the fact. Play another Popsicle. So they're like, they can't Whole New World anymore. So they can just draw all the cards that they've got left, and then that's it. So if they get down to 1 card, we can even just Yzma them, and then they're out of resources. So Rafiki on its own does not solve our problem here. I don't really need to draw any cards. I can just kill 2 of these. If I go to 15. But I don't really need to do that. I can just quest here and here. Go to 18. And then play like Maleficent on, I don't know, let's call it the Hades. And then pass. And then they have to answer the Maleficent. And they have to answer the Spellbook and the Rafiki. And they're getting close to just the Yzma lethal, even if they are able to stop all of the other cards that we have. I don't think that they have an answer for the Spellbook that's left in their deck. They have 2 cards left. So then they're lethal if I just cast this. Because it puts 1 back in, they draw 2. Oh, they're just out of cards, I see. So they're looking for the suicide line. That makes sense. They grab your sword, our Rafiki. So we may as well get him with the Yzma here rather than passing because it's funny. But we'll take our victory here. Obviously we could have just passed, but basically they were out of juice to be able to stop the Spellbook because they used their Titan on a hook, which obviously they whole new worlded a bunch, so that makes sense, but that they were out of resources to be able to interact with our random permanent types. So we go second. We definitely get rid of the Medusa here. The rest of this is fine, but not great. Maybe I send the goat back to... Okay. There's a world where I use this just to dig down an extra card. But I can also just use it as ink and use this Rafiki as ink next turn to get a 3/3 into play. This makes it so that if they don't have the snake, then they can't really attack with the Olaf. If they do have a snake, then obviously they will just quest with it and they'll switch out to the snake, which is fine. What? Help! I don't understand what our opponents are doing. We might have to use this as draw, but like, I think we'll be okay without it. The alternative is that we get rid of our crab, which I don't think I want to do yet, because I'm likely just going to play this next turn. I don't know why our opponent chose to do that. Maybe they thought that they had a snake and then they just naturally quested. Okay, they play a surfer. Which is unfortunate for us because we don't really have a good answer to it right this second. So it's going to get in for quite a few. Quite a few licks here. Play the crab, we'll quest here and pass. So this is going to probably get in for 6 before we have any real way of dealing with it. Which is quite a bit. Neat. Agrabah. Well, they do have rabbits. I mean, we may get buried by rabbits anyway. We're going to have to kill their rabbit here with our snake, I guess. Let's do this with our crab. So we have a hook, so we can deal with this next turn. Do I want to commit 5 to dealing with that next turn? Probably. That's probably fine. Maybe we Pinocchio this. We could reset our snake, actually. Maybe that's better, so that we can keep our snake protected. We can just leave Pinocchio in play. So we'll tap this, we'll bash it, and then I will bounce my snake with my snake and untap it. Because we don't necessarily need the Pinocchio again. Snake, come on, what are you doing? Fix your shit, bud. What you doing over there? Okay, so they do this, but we have the hook so we can follow it up. They have another rabbit. Okay. Well, I don't really have a great answer to dealing with their rabbit here. But we've got alternatives that are fine. Wish we had something other than Maui to ink here. I'm just going to send one of these foxes to the bin. We're going to play this fish hook. We're going to give evasive to... Game, please. You're killing me here. Alright. We'll give it to the crab. Can we even quest with it? Can we do anything with it? Sick. Okay. A bit of a handicap, but we will do what we can. I don't even think that I animation canceled this necessarily. But I guess we'll clip it and send it to Pavel. He's aware of it. So they played an RLS Legacy, which we can very easily blast here. We can also kill most of their board at the same time. Or at least we would be able to if we could use this fucking snake. But since we're just down a 3-3, we are stuck with not a great position then. So I likely won't be able to like kill their stuff and deal with the RLS Legacy then. Well, I mean I can if I trade the Pinocchio with the Pascal. Ugh, not having this 3-3 is fucking rough. Like, it is an actual blowout. God, if we just had that, we're able to do everything here. Instead, we're a little bit limited. We have to leave the rabbit in play then. I can't target it at all. You mean reset the client? I don't know if that's really worth it. Alright, I guess we just do this and pass. The problem is, if it doesn't let me back into the game, then I just lose the game. And there's no guarantee that it reconnects me either. In theory it should, but there's no guarantee of it. And Ursula. Okay. And have friends on the other side. Yeah, maybe just Alt-4ing the client, Alt-F4ing, so that we have access to our cards is worth it. Because if I don't, we're just still fucking big dead here, which is really annoying. Alright, we're gonna try it. It is not a bad shout. And we'll see if it fixes our card. And if it doesn't... Nice, so it was just over here. Okay, so now what is our solution to this problem? We have to quest here. The audio's broken now. Nice. We gotta bounce the Pinocchio. Do we do it with the fox or with the... Yeah, we can do it with the fox. It's fine. So we replay this to tap the Ursula. And then I can do crab here, buffs the Maui. Maui kills this, this kills this, and then we give the snake evasive and kill the Pascal. Right? We can give this evasive, kill the Pascal. Crab kills one of these. It doesn't really matter which one. And then we buff the Maui. They draw their card. Maui kills Ursula, and then the fox kills the LeFou. And then I still don't think that I ink here, weirdly. I think I just pass. Like, we are still rabbitless idiots and have been every day, all day. We should be at a lot less lore. Or our opponent should have a lot less lore here. You're right, we didn't actually need to there. I guess we'll play the crab. Or, sorry, play the goat. We'll link the crab. We'll bounce the goat and pass. You're right. After I killed everything, I could have cleaned up the Pascal and then given something else evasive, but they be prepped anyway. Like, when I lose this game, I'm going to be really upset about it. Like, I don't know why the audio's broken, because it's all muted. Holy Christ. It's just really frustrating to be in this position at all. Because we've taken so much damage. Or they've gained so much lore for free. So we just keep trying to catch up with this. But our opponent has drawn quite a few more cards than us as well. I think it's too loud now, like, mad. I am very mad. Okay, they Tremaine. And they quest. Just draw more useless cards. They still have a goat in hand. So this is useless then. I think I trade here. And then we just hope that they don't have another Tremaine. I guess we're not beating that anyway here, because they're plus like 3 on what they should be. Let's do this and pass. And then if they decide to just quest with the Tremaine, then at least we have the Maui that can hit it. But we're just getting buried here. This is very upsetting. So we shouldn't be losing this game, and we are. So I have to ink this goat. I don't really have a choice. Okay. We Maui. We hit the Tremaine. We Fox. We bounce the Maui. We hit the Maleficent and pass. Like... I don't understand how I'm losing this game. Our opponent has like a 75 card fucking deck, dude. Alright, we hit this and we give it evasive. And we pass. And then we just have to dodge double location, I guess. No, they single location. Okay, well, we have an answer for that. Problem is that we need to close the game before our opponent draws another one, I guess, because we don't necessarily have enough power to deal with another one. This is only opposing characters. I mean, I think I play Rafiki 100% of the time. I don't think I have to play the Pinocchio, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I don't. So enough to deal with any of the locations on their own. Maleficent is a good draw for our opponents because it gives them a rebuy. Ripping into something like a Medusa here probably means that they win, because they can kill the Merlin Rabbit then. It's also kind of bad for us. So they just get to draw more cards, and cards are king here. So we just don't have enough cards to work with interfacing with what our opponent is doing currently. It's not just that we don't have enough cards to interface, we just like... we also need to draw cards, I guess, and we're currently not able to do that. Well, I have to kill at least one of these, and it's probably just the Fox with the Rafiki. But then we're not drawing cards with this rabbit either. But I guess that's fine. I mean, we don't really have another alternative, unless we wanted to throw this rabbit in front of it, but then we have to buff it with the fish hook. I just don't think is really that smart. Just do this instead. Play this quest here and give it evasive. We don't need to let it be weak to another Fox. Not like we're beating another Fox anyway. Maneuver bounce, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, we don't even really have any bounce for this rabbit. Okay, that's fine. I'll be prep. Well... this fucking deck, dude. I'm so fucking mad at this game. Like, our opponent should be at like 14. Because we would be able to have... It's really frustrating. Like, we're going to lose this game. And... There's nothing I can do about it because of a bug. It's fucking frustrating, dude. We literally had a 3/3 that we couldn't use on a turn where we needed to be able to use it, and we couldn't. So instead of being able to kill most of our opponent's board, we couldn't. Like, here's a clip, even, where we just have a fucking snake that can't do anything. Oh, alright, well, I guess we're just dead then. Like, what a fucking joke, dude. Explain to me things that don't happen in paper because they physically can't fucking happen. Love that for us. It's really nice. Like, literally our opponent drew an extra 6 or 7 cards, and they still had 10 more cards in their deck than us. So they're playing some 70, 75 card deck. We just, like, can't clear their board. Because we have a turn where we can't use our snake. It's great. I love that for us. They do have a reasonable way of clearing the locations early. I think I'm going to send all of these back for later. There's a world where I can keep one of those locations just to give them something to work on, but with the way that this hand is, ink, I don't think I can play the Rafiki, though I'd like to get a 3/3 in play, so then it's pretty tricky. I don't think I can afford a 3/3 because we have the Pinocchio. Just have to pass. Because if I want to keep, like, we could have inked the goat, I guess, but, like, if we want to be able to play the rabbit on 4, like, we need things to ink, and I just don't think we have enough currently on the play to play a 1-drop. It's fine. We'll run out of crab next turn. Crab into rabbit, and then we'll be able to keep the snake for the rabbit if it's still alive. Yeah. I don't really want to lose another goat, but like, the way that we're winning this matchup is not necessarily with the goats this early on. Like, we don't need to be that aggressive, I don't think. I could be wrong, given that this is the Heart of Tefiti pile, but who knows. See if they have an answer to this rabbit. P-prep is mid here. It's fine. Yeah, that's not surprising. I do think that this is a pretty good card, actually. It just gives you a 1 jump ahead for 2 every turn, if you're so interested. I guess the play is just to do this and snake it back. I'm going to ink here, and then pass. And then next turn I'm probably going to rabbit snake. But we'll see what our opponent plays. I may Yzma instead. Like, Yzma the snake back into the deck, so we can hold on to the rabbit longer. We'll see what we draw. I don't mind pushing lore here, but I also don't mind just drawing cards. It's awkward. We can get rid of one Maui, maybe. Or we can just play the rabbit and then see if we draw a better inkable and then still snake it. I think we're going to get rid of one Maui and we're going to play Yzma. Get a little bit more pressure on the board. And pass. So what this does is it also puts another snake back in the deck. If we assume that they're going to B-prep or possibly Maui or something to clear something from the board, then obviously we want to still be putting a reasonable clock on them. Like, are they probably just a combo deck if they're not really playing any cards? So guess we'll do this and then maybe start goating. I don't really have to goat yet. Can take a little bit more time to develop our board. Do this, and then pass. Yeah? How you doing, Braden? The B-prep is not surprising here. We've kept up roughly on ink. I would expect them to do this and then ink this turn to go up to 11. They haven't really done much. Would have liked to have gained a little more lore. I'm going to try and hold these a little bit longer if we can. Let's do this again. And then let's send this to the Shadow Realm here. Yeah, I've been enjoying some of the changes that we made. Not all of them are perfect, of course. So they're likely pretty heavy locations. Are they going to dump 2 of them out this turn? If they do, that's fine. Are they just dumping out 1 location? Because that's fine if so. Ink again. Okay. So we're going to want to remove the location. And I guess we leave their other idiots in play for now. I would like to ink something. That is not the dragon. I guess it is just this. Okay, so we're gonna send that out here. Play our Maui. Kill their RLS Legacy and then let them have a couple of dorks. That's fine. I don't love that we don't have a ton of other location answers. Like if they play triple location this turn, we're still in kind of a weird spot. They just play Gaston. And Heart of Tefiti again. Why did they do that? That's so weird. I guess we just bash it here for free. Do we want to put this Maui back in our hand? No, right? We just ink the Jiminy. And then not play anything this turn. I think that's fine. Just pass. Like, we may need this to be able to clear locations, but not having the Maui makes it a little scarier because presumably they're pretty heavy location. Case in point, just play a bunch of locations, and we don't have a great answer for them currently because we have no crab and no hook. If we had a hook, I would feel better about this, but since we don't, it makes it really fucking awkward. Well, I can't really interface very well with this right now as it stands. So I think the play is just to kill Judy. And I'm debating between drawing a card with the rabbit or the goat. They both have their merits. I think it's just the rabbit, though. And link Jiminy and pass. So the reason that I opted for the rabbit is it gives us more potential answers to these. If they... This is really unfortunate for us. Like, because we don't have the hook or the crab currently, or a Maui, I regret not bouncing this Maui. We still have the fox, which is good. Like, if we lose our board here, though, it makes it very hard for us to challenge these locations favorably, at least. So if they just B-prep here, we do draw a card, which is nice. Cogsworth doesn't matter. We can at least deal with one of these locations. And then most of the second location. So I can do... hit the RLS Legacy. Let's do this first. Okay, we can deal with all the locations here then. I won't be able to B-prep, but we can deal with the locations, I think, most of them anyway. So we fox here. We can ink Jiminy. And then we go fox, bounce the fox, hit this, fox, bounce the fox, hit this, fox, bounce the fox, hit this, and then pass. Okay. So that gives us an out to the two locations. They still have 16 ink. But we now have the ability to B-prep this board and then maybe be in a better position here, even though our opponent is at 11. We don't even necessarily need to B-prep it because I can hit the Cogsworth, replay the Medusa here, and then, yeah, we don't even have to B-prep this board. I can just do this, fox the Medusa. We don't even necessarily need to fox it, but let's do this. We'll hit the Cogsworth again. I will ink the Rafiki so that I can have a little bit more ink to work with. And I can actually just fox the fox, so we still have it. And then pass. Let them keep the Maui, I don't care. They probably have quite a few. They have 24. They haven't really drawn that many cards. A lot of it has been from the Heart of Tefiti, which is effectively just drawing a card every turn. It just goes directly into the inkwell. Do I even care about this Medusa over this Fox? Yeah, I guess. Mostly because it's a larger card. Okay, that's great for us. It's really good for us. This is 12 to do both of these, or this twice. Or I can just B-prep the board, which I think I'm fine with. Blow up the board, we'll play a castle. And then pass. So now we're in a position where I don't think our opponent really has much of a way of winning. Because we can answer the board every turn with our cards. And then we also have the castle going. So we hit that, we play rabbit, draw a card. And then we pass. I don't really need to ink to put something in the castle necessarily. Because obviously if they don't answer it, they just die. And if they don't have an answer, then it's not good for them, so. Maui on its own is fine. Finally found a fish hook. We just do this. Now we'll put it in here, and we'll play a fish hook and pass. 13 is a lot of ink. Prince Eric, sure. That is a card that you can play. We just quest here. And then I guess we kill it. I don't know. Does it really even matter? May as well. We'll kill it. Let him kill our Maleficent. It's fine. So we'll remove that thing, and then I'll play this to draw one more card. Put both of these in here. Then we'll pass. Now the game is just over. So we can goat them next turn. So this is 2, 3, 4, and then goat. We didn't actually need these, so even if they be prepped, like, we're still okay here. They did get quite a few rebuys, though, and they could be prepped. Yep, they did. But we set ourselves up so that the B-prep doesn't really matter there. Alright, so we are back up to a winning spot here. Unfortunately, we've lost 3 games today. One of them was to a bug, which is a bit sad. But it's okay. We battle on. Is the game sound fine? I should have reloaded the game. Can you even hear the music? I can't hear it anymore. Oh no, I can. It's just really quiet. That's fine. We're against blue-red. Jiminy Cricket's probably pretty good here. This will be better later. We're going second. Let's do this. So we're going second, so we may or may not even play this Chernabog Followers. We might just ink it. But I would like to get this Jiminy Cricket down, I think. Just to quest with it. Let's ink the Rafiki. Honestly, I'm kind of okay with the Chernabog Followers here. Just have it draw us a different card. The sound effects are a little loud. Okay. Obviously, we don't have a lot of room to play with the sound adjustment, but I think we'll quest here. I'm honestly thinking just draw a card. It's like, I don't really necessarily want to have to ink anything in our hand. I will send the dragon back. Let's play the Jiminy and pass. I don't even know if this is making a difference. Like, I should tell him that should be a number instead of a like a random slider like that. The slider is a weird choice, I think. So we need to keep the Maui. I would like to have these friends. We don't necessarily need the crab if we just cast friends this turn. Maybe we do that. Nice, we do a rabbit. The rabbit is at its worst this turn. We might save it until 6 if we can, depending upon how our opponent plays this turn, so that we can keep it protected, since we don't really have any other draw. End up running out Jim, plus a manor. It's a bit annoying. So, what are our options to interface with that? I guess it's probably just play the hook. Alternatively, we Jiminy it for 1 to put it to 8. Just run out the rabbit, inking the friends. And then we'll have 1, 2, 3, and that's more than enough to deal with the manor. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll hit the manor and pass. So if the best thing that the opponent can do is answer the rabbit, then we can kill the manor kind of for free here. Okay, let's get rid of the goat. So now if we Maui, we can still quest with the Jiminy. Or I can just not Maui and then we can bounce our rabbit. We can save the Maui. So we can go 1, 2, 3. Plus 4 is 7. That's not enough. Shit. So we have to Maui it then, because we don't have enough. We can ink this turn. No, we already inked, I think. No, I can ink this turn. Now I don't know. I'm lost. I don't think that I can ink this turn. Oh, no, we can't. We can't. So we have to let this rabbit die, which is unfortunate. But if we want to remove what he's got here, we have to Maui this turn. Okay, that's fine. We'll do this and we'll quest. Pass. If we put 1 more damage on it, if we had the ability to do that, then we could have saved the rabbit, but may just have to let the rabbit die. If his whole turn is just give Jim evasive and do anything other than kill Jiminy Cricket, then I'm okay with it. So he'd have to quill if he wants to use the hook now. And if he doesn't use the hook, then that's really good for us. Jim is in a tough spot. I would suspect hitting the rabbit is his best line. Opts not to do that, so he just loses Jim for free. And now we get to keep our rabbit as well, so let's bounce that and replay it this turn, I think. Rabbit, Because he has the hook, I think we can get rid of this for now. My quest here, I'm actually just going to develop the hook instead of playing the rabbit this turn. Just to give this evasive and pass. It doesn't need evasive necessarily, but this lets us have the hook in play, which means that future locations aren't as big of a problem. This is the reason that I didn't replay the rabbit, because now we have the ability to just do rabbit stuff for a while. Which I think is pretty nice. It's going to be hard for our opponent to win then. We just ink Rafiki and pass. Even if they play things that we need to answer, it really, Scar on its own is just not enough. Or the cards that they have. I can just kill Scar now. I think I'm going to do that actually. Just kill Scar that way and then play one of these locations. Pass. And if our opponent's last card is exactly Maui, then they get my location here, and that's fine. But it has to be Maui specifically. They had to ink Flaversham so that they could run out this Scar to fight the location. That works out for us favorably as well. So now I can do this. Draw a card. I don't really want to ink. I guess I can do this first, and then maybe I get an ink off of this that's okay to use. Yeah, that'll work. Then we get to keep our Pinocchio here. So I'll do this. Trade with the Scar, and then we'll quest with Pinocchio. Pass. We don't necessarily need to protect the rabbits as much anymore now that we have more than one. But the more that we get to draw, the better. Let's run out a location. Or sorry, run out a rabbit. Run out a location. Quest here. Put the rabbit in there and pass. I'm trying. Not every game that I've played today has been super optimal, but the Queen of Hearts to my mans. It's too bad. But we do get an extra card off of this rabbit in this location, which is very nice. I think our play is just to give this evasive. Hit the Queen of Hearts. I don't necessarily need to draw all these cards, but I think it's fine to do. Draw 3 cards. Put this in here. Say go. Don't really want to ink any of these cards. They're all pretty gas. This is nice because it gives a little bit bigger clock from the Yzma. Tamatoa. Dang, big old crab, huh? Alright, we'll draw 2 cards. We don't need the crab of our own. Just Maleficent the Tamatoa. It's kind of clinical from here, I think. Yeah, they'll just concede. I can appreciate that. We had so many cards at that point that it is really just a matter of playing out 3 more turns or conceding, so. Yeah, I've found that Jim is okay, but ends up being disappointing in the decks that are not purely aggressive. If you're in a super aggressive deck and you really want that extra body, then it's great, but if you're not, it's kind of awkward. So I want all of these cards, I think. Except for the Chernobog's followers, which we're probably going to ink for this Rafiki. So we'll play out Rafiki and I'll pass. Greetings, our opponent here. Mickey Mouse. So this is certainly the deck that I expected it to be. Which is why I wanted to keep the Pinocchio plus Rafiki. So bash here. Chernobog's followers would have been okay, but this makes sure that I can fight like a Doc or something as well. So this is Mufasa. They concede. Nice. Okay. Makes sense. We blew out their turn 1 mana character, and then they conceded. Can appreciate that. It is obviously a difficult spot for them to recover from. Mostly because it just deals with what they're doing, right? Hey, Cindy, appreciate the follow. Essentially, the reason that that's so valuable is because now not only does it set them back like 2 full turns, we also have something of a board presence too, which is kind of rough for them. We don't really need some of this in this matchup, like the Pinocchio this early. I don't really need this Rafiki early either. Like the Jiminy is generally better in this matchup. And I'd rather get this later. We can get rid of the castle for ink. Okay, well, we'll just have all those cards anyway. It's fine. Maybe they're hyper aggressive. And we want this Rafiki, but I doubt it. It is good against locations, of course. But given what we've got here, I think we just do this. What is this game about? So this is Disney's Lorcana. It's a TCG. And we are playing on their Pixelborn client. Pixelborn is a free fan-made way of playing this game online, which is pretty nice, and I like it quite a bit. If we ever get one castle in play that we put stuff into, it's going to be great, but the second one I think is a little unnecessary. We just run out the Jiminy and pass, and this could be a game where we like end up Pinocchioing something and rebuying the Jiminy just to draw a card. Depends on if we get stuck or not. So they run out of Fishbone Quill. This does mean that the Jiminy is not necessarily guaranteed to stay alive. If they end up running out an early Medusa or something, then they can get us. I would like to put this crab into play, I think. So we're probably getting rid of the goat. Let's put the crab into play. So the crab gives us a couple of things. It allows us to threaten locations just through being a 3/3. We can bounce it, like we can hit this for 3, bounce the crab, and then hit it for 4 if we want. But we can also just put a little bit of damage on it and then deal with it with Maui next turn. I think is likely our situation here. Unfortunately, it seems like we're going to be losing this this snake or this crab this turn. But since I'd like to maybe run out this location, it's probably just the snake here. And then I'm going to hit the crab there, play the location, and then quest for 1. So I'll put it at 6, yeah. So there's a world where we're supposed to hit it here, get it down to 5, and then next turn If we just had Fox, we could Jiminy Cricket plus Fox it, but we do have the 2 Mauis, so that's not as necessary for us. So they get rid of another McDuck Manor to play Scar. Scar is reasonable here. Scar does challenge our location and kill our crab, which is unfortunate for us. There's not much that we can do about that, but it doesn't actually kill the castle this turn. So if we wanted, we could just Maui this and keep it alive, especially if they use the Popsicle to heal it. I would consider doing that. If they don't use the Popsicle to keep their Scar alive, I like that line a little less, but... Well, unfortunately, given that we didn't draw another Inkable for the Maui, and we have to get rid of the second one, I feel like we do have to kill the Manor and let them take out the castle. Which is too bad, but I don't think that we can leave the McDuck Manor in play just to try and keep our Queen's Castle around. Because they have Scar, they have Maui of their own, like they have answers to the castle here of their own. And we don't really have any other card draw, which they do. This is an interesting spot here because our Medusa can take this out, but if we don't draw a card, it's a little rough. We can even leave their Scar in play as well, if we want, and use Maui to kill the Flaversham. Hey RMB, how are you? Yeah, I'm on a little bit later today than I normally am. Well, it looks like we're going to have to ink this Maleficent, which is fine. So we have 2 choices. Either we... I don't think we really have 2 choices here. I think we just have to take out the Scar and then take out the Flaversham. And then if they have a location, like, it's just not great, right? But I don't think we can really afford to sandbag the Medusa just to keep this trade. So I may as well just run it out. Like, we don't get to keep our Maui either way is the problem. So we may as well do this. Oh, nice. Hope that's going well for you. We are running some sweet tech today. Our results are not amazing. 2 of the games were just a little bit of non-rabbit RP draws, which do happen from time to time, and one of them we lost a bit of equity to. We lost a bit of equity to a bug, which was pretty sad. What do I do here? So if I don't ink this snake, I don't think B-prepping this turn really makes sense. I'm just debating if I bounce this Medusa this turn. I don't think the play is Pinocchio and just smash our thing into it. Let's just do this. And unfortunately just suffer that our hand is bad. And hope that they just play another card that we can B-prep. Tragic. A bit tragic. Alright, we draw. Double tragic. Do we let them just eat our snake? No, I think I just pass. We don't have a lot of cards, so we have to be a little bit conservative with them. Gaston. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I don't love that for us, but we do have the ability to B-prep and do 2 things. We can also just develop the hook. if we're working under the assumption here that we're going to B prep, then we can either go to 9 or I can hit this with the rabbit first and see if we get a different inkable. Because I would rather keep the hook if we can. And I think the 1 lore is worth drawing the card first. Because if it's a useless card, like the Chernobog's Followers in this case, we get to keep the hook here, which is not the fastest way of answering a location, but it at least gives us the ability to answer a location, which we currently did not have. So we'll run out the rabbit, and I guess a Rafiki. They have Judy, so we don't want to run this out yet. We'll just do this and pass. And then we'll hope that this card is not specifically be prepared. Nice. Okay, so we can... this is 5, 6, 7, 8. We can't actually answer the fucking manor. Right? Because this is not enough. Oh, that's so tragic. Because we needed 1 more ink, and this wasn't an ink. Wow, that's so sad. Okay, well, I guess it's just this then. And we buff here, hit it for 6. I guess we just quest, because literally everything can kill it from here. And just hope that their play is not Scar. Scar makes me want to run out Pinocchio. It's like if our opponent's card is exactly Scar and not be prepared, then this can at least still kill the location. Which I don't love, obviously, because they're digging pretty deep. But this does play around Scar, and we don't really have the luxury of not using all of our cards. It is B prep. Okay, so they had exactly B prep. So we need something with haste. Oh, that's really awkward. Okay, we'll play this and the crab and pass. We could have ran out the other hook too. I passed before I realized how much ink that we had. I hate losing to just a single location because we drew our inkables in weird order. I mean, we're dead to a crab here, like almost guaranteed. Because we just don't have any resources. Yzma, that is an interesting resource. Okay, so we'll hit here with the Rafiki. And then we'll send Rafiki to the Shadow Realm. What do locations do? Locations... locations are like items or enchantments that they can gain lore every turn sometimes, but they also do other stuff. I think the play is to ink the second hook and then regret it when we need it. But then quest here and then give this evasive and pass. I am strongly considering bouncing this Yzma and just recasting it. But in this case, like their location, it was gaining 2 lore every turn at the start of their turn, so we needed to remove it, and it had 9 health, so rip Yzma. You did your best. Appreciated the extra draw. So they play a Queen of Hearts, which we can kill with this, which they knew about, so they don't necessarily know about the other one. Maybe I should have played the one on the far left. I don't know what else they would not play. Flaversham, I suppose. But it always draws 2 cards regardless, so I would expect them to cast it no matter what. 2 Flavershams. Well, they're going to draw 1,000 cards, and I can't stop them unless we rip another Pinocchio, of which we have 2 left. It has to be exactly Pinocchio, though. That is not Pinocchio. That's too bad. So they're going to get another Flaversham draw. We cannot stop them here. So I think the play is to just quest with Medusa, bounce it, and replay it. And then pass. I'd like to keep this fox for a rabbit or a... Wow, we've gone through 2 rabbits. How did we not protect them? I guess we didn't have the luxury because we didn't have enough ink. Because we were trying to deal with the location at the time. Yeah. So they quest here. It does make it vulnerable, but they do draw the extra cards. It's unfortunate, but they are like 1,000 cards deep now. Which Flaversham is often wont to do. Lucky Dime, I think, just kills us here. Like Lucky Dime off the top or whatever. We don't really have a way of dealing with that. Especially since we're going to have to double attack the Flaversham and then Maleficent. But if they end up giving it evasive, then we don't have that as an option either. Well, that's all 4 Flavershams. So they've drawn 1,000 cards. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll be at 19 if they have a Lucky Dime, and then we're just dead. But I don't really want them to draw more cards, but maybe I can't really stop them. I just like don't have the luxury of dealing with it. I can just play Medusa on this one, hook a different one, like hook here, attack it, and then quest for 4, or quest with this. And then we get to keep this in hand, I guess. We still have B-preps in our deck, like, we just can never draw them is the problem. I guess I have to leave the Gaston. Because I can't really let them draw more cards, but maybe there's nothing that I can really do to stop them normally. I hit this. We hook. Guess I'll put the damage on Medusa. Hit here, and then quest. And pass. Like, the fact that we haven't had the opportunity, like, to draw a lot of cards because our opponent's been putting so much pressure on us makes it so that we are really short on ink to be able to double spell. Like, if we could have Maleficented there and then also killed this, like, if we just even had 11, yeah, they just have the Lucky Dime, so we're dead. Because we can go to 15... If I kill the Gaston last turn, this is 9 plus the Gaston. Maybe we don't lose if I play the Gaston last turn. Like, because this is 6, 7, 8, 9. This is 15. So they wouldn't have had enough ink to do Lucky Dime plus the Gaston. I shouldn't have cared about the cards. I should have done the numbers, like ran the numbers on how much ink that they had. We needed to kill the Gaston last turn. I made a mistake. So we're just dead if they have any... any character, which they're, like, most of their deck is characters, but such is life, I guess. So we'll kill Gaston. I will... I guess we'll do it this way, because it's cheaper. We'll do this, this, and play this, and pass after we quest. And then if they have any character, we're dead. I should have thought better. Like, they only have so many 3-lore characters. And if we're working under the assumption that the Lucky Dime is what kills us, then... yeah, we're just dead. Fuck! If Lucky Dime is what kills us, and not them drawing 2 cards, then we need to not let them just gain 6 lore for free. Fucking idiot. Actual fucking moron. Like, I don't necessarily know if that would have mattered as far as trying to win in that spot, but allowing them to just have a Gaston quest and then also Lucky Dime for free was just fucking brain dead. We go second. That was fucking brain dead. It did, though, because they didn't have enough mana. They didn't have enough of this garbage to do 9 to play the Lucky Diamond activate and another thing in the same turn. Like, they couldn't have even Gastoned and played the Lucky Dime. It costs 1,000 fucking ink to play Lucky Diamond activate it and also play a character. So, like, allowing them to have the fucking character there while knowing and even saying, oh, if they play Lucky Dime, we just fucking lose the game. Like, having them quest for 1 and draw 2 more cards is irrelevant when we just left the card that they wanted in play anyway. So it's like literally brain dead. We don't need the second crab necessarily. So we'll play this and pass. Ugh, so stupid. Actual fucking dumb play. Again, they had a lot of cards, so it may not have mattered anyway. But it guaranteed that we lost instead of giving us the chance to not lose there. So... this is a weird game. Yeah, I know. I'm just dumb, and I just didn't do the thing that I wanted to do, which was play around it. So I have this problem where... no, I'm just going to ink this. It's not actually a problem. I'm just going to quest with both of these. And then play the crab. And pass. Like, I even said that the card that we lose to here is Lucky Dime, and I just didn't do the math on how much ink they would have needed to do all of it in the same turn. Like, I'm just such an idiot. I even said it and just did the thing anyway. It was very dumb, and I do not recommend making those plays if you're actually looking to win. We'll draw 2 cards. We can't actually kill that now, but that's fine. I think we're done with the Chernobog's followers now. It's gained 3 lore, and it lets us draw a card. So I gotta get rid of a fox, because that's all we've got that's inkable. It's fine. We'll play out a rabbit and hope that it doesn't die here. It is unlikely to die, but they could do Pinocchio plus Fox, and then we probably lose. I should have just waited on the rabbit here. Okay, they didn't blow me out. But yeah, if our opponent just goes Pinocchio, Fox the rabbit back, I think we just lose. Which is really... I haven't even been streaming that long. Like, I don't know why I'm playing so bad. It's very strange. I don't like playing badly. Well, we're definitely doing something with this rabbit. Probably a fox, based on how much ink that we've got. Yeah, maybe. Maybe the daylight savings has got me. Yzma's a good draw. We can get rid of the goat here. Or do we? We have gained a lot of lore. This is 2, 4, 6, 8. Puts us to 15 already. Awful lot. Is that better than Yzma? We got more goats. We'll get them later. It's fine. I'm going to play the Pinocchio on this and hit it and then pass. We have a line where we can even put this back in, but I'm probably just going to do this next turn. I think we're in a mirror. The way that we win is just by drawing cards. It's fine. The goat line would have probably been good, though. In before they Medusa this Jiminy Cricket. This is a new list, yeah. We have adjusted it ever so slightly to have some spicy cards. We're running Jiminy's instead of Teeth now, which ends up being pretty strong because, in general, this just does basically the same stuff. But it doesn't necessarily die particularly easily. Double castle on 8. Nah, it's fine. Do this. Bounce it again. Just quest here. And pass. And if they B-prep this board and we lose the one from Pinocchio, that's fine. Doesn't really matter. There's a world where we're supposed to quest because it makes them want to Maui it instead of singing, but the singing is not really that big of a deal because blowing up this board is pretty mid, all things considered. It's literally a Jiminy Cricket and then stuff that already got value, so kind of doesn't ruin our life, you know? If we get to 10, we can Yzma this rabbit back into the deck. We've got a world where we can play like this Queen's Castle plus something as well, which makes it a little awkward for them. I don't think that's what I want to do yet, because we have the ability to just draw more cards. I think that's probably better. Get rid of a Rafiki here. We'll do Snake, so that we can play the Chernabog followers. Or one of them at least. We're also on Chernabog followers because we removed the... teeth, so then the 1/3s were a lot less relevant. So then having the 2/1 is fine, and then sometimes it is able to replace itself even if we don't have a snake. So you can gain a lore with it, and then if you don't really need it, you can just draw a different card. It's not the most exciting thing that I've ever seen, the followers, but like our opponent just Medusa'd it, you know? Which makes it kind of interesting from that avenue. So we could Yzma this snake back in after questing, which isn't embarrassing. Because then we have more snakes in our deck, which we like. Still draws cards. It makes them have to deal with this Yzma then as well. So we'll do this. We'll draw 2. We can ink the Rafiki. And we'll just play the followers and pass. So the Yzmas are not... Like, we're running 1 right now, and it's not the best card I've ever seen in my life. But there are spots like this where it allows us to put a little bit more pressure without really having to overcommit to the board. And especially in a world with so many Madame Medusas, the Yzma does go up in value a little bit because it's a bit harder to remove than a lot of cards. So they opt to just draw a bunch of cards. That's fine. We can go to 11. 12 off of this, and then honestly we can even just bounce the Yzma back and use it again if we're so inclined. We can also just do goat stuff and let them have to interact with the Yzma. I don't think that I need this Friends on the other side. I'd rather just have the ink. So we'd be putting like the fox back in the deck, but it lets us untap the Yzma, which I kind of like. I actually don't hate that. I'm even going to quest with the followers because I just would like to draw a different card. A snake. That's nice. Yeah, I think I'm going to do this. Bounce the Yzma. And then play the Yzma. And then put this back in the deck, and then pass. Like, the fact that this being readied makes our opponent on red-purple have to figure out a way to deal with Yzma. Like, there's literally no answers in the deck outside of Pinocchio and trade Maleficent Dragon, or just be prepared. Lady Tremaine, sure. So we can goat bounce goat. That puts us to like 15. And then we still have another goat. We can also play a 3 plus a be prepared. They're gaining 1, 2, 3, 4 next turn. So goat, bounce, goat. So we're inking, I guess, like the castle or the fishhook. Probably the fishhook, because we're the ones that are racing here, not them. So yeah, let's just play goat. I think we can just race here, honestly. Goat, bounce the goat, replay the goat, and then pass. And then, like, even if our opponent has a clean answer to this board, it is more likely that they're going to need to blow up the whole board. Which, if they do, then the game is just over. Because then we diversify our threats. And I think we can kill them before their spellbook wins. Because we'll be at 16, 17 with this. Because currently they don't even really have a clean answer to this. That doesn't involve, like, using their cards for something. And again, if their play is to pay 7 to kill their own cards, also our cards, only to let us go to 16, I think that's fine. Because, like, then we can be putting multiple different types of threats onto the field in the same turn. Which I think is a very easy way of closing out the lobby. And if they do let us just quest, then... I see, so they're just going to try and race. I can appreciate that. They're debating on whether or not they goat or they try to spellbook here. But then their 3-drop, they just waste 3 ink to do that. Interesting. So we go to... This is 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 with the goat. 9 potentially is the most. Unless they have double snake. It would have to be snake, snake. So snake, snake with the goat. But then they still don't have enough. Because they can't spellbook then either. We can also just kill the Tremaine. With a Medusa. No. I would be 1 short, right? Because this is 17, 18. Oh yeah, that would work. Because we're questing here. Yeah, you're right. That would be fine. You right. You right. I'm overthinking it. I'm overthinking it. I was thinking I would just, like, Medusa this and then play the goat, but I can just win now because I have the double goat. I was forgetting about the 2 that we gained from the extra 1 that we gained from the actual goat. But yeah, good game. I think we could have also just, like, battled their board and would have been okay in that spot. But yeah, we can just win right now. Like, we just Medusa plus, like, quest for 2 or whatever. Probably would have been fine. Or even just be prep and then play a goat or whatever. But yeah, if we just play it first, then we get enough to win. Good shout. We played so few games today. Alright, so we are against an aggro deck. So we're likely going to mulligan or ink this location. So this we don't need, this we don't need. 1 rabbit is fine. We can ink this, and then we might be able to play the goat. Like, we want ink to make sure that we're still participating in the game, especially if we're keeping like Chernobog followers, but this hand is very good in this matchup. If I don't know what they're on, it would still be something pretty close to this. We might have mulliganed the Pinocchio, but if it was in the dark on the play, I still might keep it. I'm debating if we want this castle over the goat. I think knowing what they're on, the castle is still very good, but I think I'm okay doing it this way. Because if our opponent runs something out, I'm likely just going to Pinocchio it rather than drawing the card here, because then we can always do this to bounce the Pinocchio back. Pascal. They play a Neverland. Okay. Oh, this is not it. So we'll keep the Pinocchio then. For later, and we'll just pass. So we can hit the Neverland once for 2. They get to gain their 1 off of it, which is fine. And then we can easily do the Fox as well. So they run out of Kita. It's fine. Yeah, I think our play is just to... In this case, we're going to ink the goat. Yeah, we'll ink the goat. We'll just hit here. And then we'll bounce it back to our hand. And then pass. And then we can use this as ink if we don't need to do anything next turn. Like if their board is not particularly threatening, we can develop the rabbit and keep our cards flowing. But if we need to, we can Pinocchio what they're doing. Generally, just like a playable hand is good enough for mulligan in the dark, as long as we have ink. Like our mulligan maybe would have included the Pinocchio, but we're on the plays. The Pinocchio is a little bit better because it allows us to sort of steal the tempo from our opponent. Why did they attack there? Are they looking to bounce it themselves? I mean, okay. Do I just kill the Kita, or do I let them gain 1? Maybe I just let them gain 1. And I play the rabbit anyway. Yeah, I think it's probably fine, because then we get to develop the rabbit, and I think that's more useful. Let's take out the balloon now. They don't need to know that we have another fox, but if we develop the rabbit, then we just have more answers for later. Like our next turn is probably going to be Pinocchio plus Fox the rabbit. And then that sets up the Medusa. So this game is pretty okay for us. I do think that Baloo is a good card, though. I think there is something here for kind of a burn deck in these 2 colors. I don't know what the deck exactly, like the list would exactly look like. But I do think that the Baloo is a good card. Just dealing 2. Functions very similarly to the goat. Because it's just always 2 gain. This is kind of a weird spot from our opponent, though. So they just, like, lose their Kita for free, I guess. But it's fine. So we'll do that, and then I think we're just going to do this. Get another fox in play. We can ink this. And pass. We just like have a large board presence now to be able to interact with what they're doing. I've been trying to keep this goat because I'd like to play it on one of these turns so that we can start actually closing out the game. So they run out another Baloo, which is fine. They just run out Baloo. So they don't really have a ton of removal necessarily. So I think our play is we Pinocchio this, attack it, and then we develop our rabbit again, and then quest for 1. And then pass. I mean, our opponent's at 9. If they just start, like, slamming a goat every turn, we are going to get killed eventually. So they play a rabbit. And run anything else out with it. We're gonna have to start closing pretty soon here. Given that they just ran out of rabbit, I think I'm going to remove it. I am going to ink something. I'm gonna draw 2 cards first. Probably with our rabbit. So. I will remove a crab. I'll play a Rafiki as well, and then we're just going to quest all and pass. So now we have a bounce that can redo the Pinocchio or the Medusa. We have the Yzma to either be a removal spell for tempo, which I think is not unreasonable here. Jeez, okay. So we can kill 2 of those with Pinocchios. So we just don't need Maui, right? So we'll go quest with this, snake, bounce the Pinocchio, play the Pinocchio, tap this, snake, bounce the Pinocchio, play the Pinocchio, this, and then we can Rafiki here, we can snake there, go to 8, this, and this, and pass. So they're gonna go to 11, we can kill them in 2 turns. So they could still get us here, because we don't have a ton of removal remaining. We've sort of used all of our removal. Fox realistically should kill Rafiki or the rabbit, most likely, just because then their fox lives comfortably. Obviously, I don't care. I will gladly trade into their thing anyway, but I can appreciate using it as removal here because there's not really any reason not to. That, I think, is unnecessary. I don't believe that they can race us fast enough here. But they may not really have another choice, so correct play here was probably just to Yzma the snake, so that then they don't have any characters in play, but I don't think it matters. In these colors, they don't really have a board wipe, and at 5 ink, they don't really have enough to bully enough of our cards to get us off of victory in this spot, right? We just have too many characters. And this is a guaranteed additional one. Oh, well, I mean, we can just snake the goat now, so yeah, that's still not enough. GG. Get him with the goat. Alright. So 4, 2, 1. Alright, so we are against green-purple, and we're going second, which is a lot worse for us. We can get rid of the Medusa and maybe a goat. We have 1, 2, so like a Pinocchio would be good. Yikes, that is not it. We are just down a card. Unfortunate. There's a world where this can be viable. I think we play this 100% of the time because we need to develop the 3/3. Ideally, we would draw a Pinocchio, right? If we find a Pinocchio, our draw is sort of saved. A Pinocchio are Chernobog's followers. Okay, that's fine. So quest here, we cancel. As it stands, I just don't know if I'm going to be able to play this on 4. Because I'm going to have to be bullying what my opponent is doing. But maybe, though. Maybe it's better than the goat here. We play our 3/3 and pass. So our opponent ran out of Pinocchio for some reason. Maybe they wanted to develop a Mim. They inked an Ursula, so I would assume that they have another one. So we really could use a Pinocchio right now. Unfortunate. And we can't really develop another character this turn either. That's too bad. That is really too bad. Like, if we're able to develop another character here, I think that that would at least be doable. But I guess we just do this. So I'm not questing here because if they have a crab, they could just Pinocchio into our snake and then we just lose. If their play is just to bounce both of these and not draw 4, then I'm fine. Because we have the fox, at least. We can survive a draw 4. As long as we're able to deal with this Ursula. So they did have a crab. So they could have just traded this Pinocchio into our snake, which is a big cost. So they get to take our B-prep here, which is fine. This is a reason maybe not to over-mulligan in this matchup. Just because now we're down a card for free. Even if we had some suboptimal ones. So they're going to quest with the Chernobog's followers and trade. That's actually fine, I don't care. As we still get to just hit their Ursula, which is what we care about. And we know that they're down a crab. If I ink this Maui... Yeah, I gotta ink the Maui. I'm just gonna play this and pass. So the reason that I inked the Maui there and not the fox is we have the Pinocchio plus fox line still. And if I absolutely have to ink the fox to Dragonfire, I will. But we have this Queen's Castle, which is pretty safe to gain us a bit of lore, and it's going to give our opponent something to focus on for a minute. Unfortunately, they have a fox, which is a bit of a fucking ball ache here, but we're just, like, super far behind anyway. Maybe the Queen's Castle was a mistake, and that should have just been ink. So they run out the Ursula again. So we draw Chernobog's followers. I could play the Chernobog followers, play the fox to bounce the followers, trade with their fox. and then ink them, or I could just do this. It's the same, but then they know about the Pinocchio. I'm not sure how much I can care about this, but like, what else am I doing? I could just kill this with Dragonfire, but that's not very good either. It might be better than using our other cards, though. Yeah, and it allows us to keep the Fox for now. Our opponent has way more cards than we do. Because they were able to draw 4 off their Ursula, and they have rabbits, which we do not. And we've been discarded 1 with the Be Prepared. So we don't really have a way of interfacing with what they're doing still. Just another Fox. Just always foxes, huh? I can kill Flynn Rider if I want. Doesn't really help me here. You always have to play Pinocchio. So I guess we kill the rabbit. If I kill Flynn Rider, it just doesn't make sense. We do this and we kill the rabbit, and then pass. We can't let them bounce the rabbit and draw more cards and get us even farther behind. They are still 5 cards up on us. So unfortunately, this castle has not done anything for us because we've just been down cards. But if our opponent decides to attack our Fox with their Flynn Rider, I think that's okay. I don't remember what I mulliganed that drew us into this dumb fucking Be Prepared. A goat, maybe? If they don't trade with this Fox, then we can actually kill that castle. If they do, it's unfortunate for us. They inked a snake to play a cursed merfolk and put them both in the castle, I guess. God damn it. Like, if we actually just have... If we just have cards that we can ink... God, I just... have really been over mulliganing and getting punished all day today. And I don't know what to do about that. Mulligan less, I guess. Be luckier, I suppose, is another option. There's nothing that I can do to stop this merfolk from drawing them a card. Inking does not make any sense here. I can't let them draw 2 cards, so we'll just do this. We'll bounce the Pinocchio. We'll hit this and pass. And draw their 2 cards. Just get fucking buried because we're just on no resources. This has been a very frustrating day, if I'm totally honest. I don't even honestly care that much about that. It's annoying, but not that big of a deal. We still have outs. Literally has to be any fucking inkable card. Actually, any inkable fucking card. They are inking to 8 now. Ambitious. Of course, it's our draw spell, but don't really have much of a choice here. Let them draw another 1,000 cards. We'll do this and pass. Opponent's still on 3 cards. Up 6. Inks another Ursula, because for some reason they need 9. Which seems unlikely to me, but I guess you just never know. So we play the only cards we've got. They go to 12. I mean, we're just going to lose this game too. So not playing rabbits and our opponent playing 4 rabbits. So very neat, very cool, very fun. Guess we're just dead then. There's no real run out that I can imagine that allows us to not die here. But we'll play on Jiminy Cricket. We cannot discard a card if we use this Pinocchio. So we ink up to 7. Play the Pinocchio just as a card. And then we bash the Curse Merfolk. And then they gain 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we're just dead to like a Stiff Breeze. And then it has to be exactly Maui off the top, so we're not just dead that turn. Okay, well, I guess this has to be the play then. Because now we can kill all of these, and then a Maui can still kill the castle, I guess. Whatever. Okay, you just have it all. No problem. No fucking problem. What a fucking day. Every single one of these games has felt like shit. It's really unfortunate. Sorry, it is not particularly fun to watch, I'm sure. But I appreciate anybody sticking around if you are. I also don't like watching losing streams, but sometimes it happens. I don't necessarily think that it's the deck changes that have mattered. Though the Chernabog followers have not been particularly exciting, I don't think that they are the problem. We don't need all these friends on the other side. I guess we have 5 seconds to fucking think about our mulligan decisions, so whatever. Just do anything, it's fine. Bestow a gift. I should have just inked this Maleficent. I'm done after this. I'm so fucking done after this. I'm literally playing like garbage. We are never getting to 9 ink this game. Our opponent led on Lilo turn 1. You're never fucking getting to 9 ink, and I just inked a 1-drop. Fucking actual brain dead today. Holy shit. That was so bad. Why? Why did I just do that? Actually stupid. Insane. I know that it feels like I very rarely give myself any leeway to make mistakes, and the true answer is that I don't actually give myself much leeway to make mistakes. And the reason for that is that I shouldn't give myself that much leeway to make mistakes if I will expect myself to be at the top of the game. I'm debating if I'm supposed to kill this Simba or not. I guess I don't. But, like, I don't really know how I'm using this fox to interact with more than one thing next turn either way. I guess I can bounce the Jiminy. Just pass. I'm too stupid to think about it, so... just let them gain more lore. I don't care. Yzma in their deck. It's interesting. See what they play here. If it's just another bodyguard. Nah. It's just like not a reasonable excuse, in my opinion. Others are able to play at a high level all the time when they play. I just don't. So I can use the Rafiki just to kill the Simba. And then use the Jiminy to kill the Lilo, and then just have an untapped Fox. That is an option. And then I have the Jiminy back in my hand. Alternatively, I can have a Rafiki and a Fox in play, but with damage on them, which I think is probably better. Which means that it's this, and then we bash here, and here, and then pass. Like, I don't understand why the turns are so short. I'm super over it today. After a very small amount of very losing games. Which is incredibly frustrating. We've lost more today than we have with all of the other games combined, I believe. It's pretty close, actually. We had, what, 8 losses before? So dumb. I'm gonna snake their Arthur back. Sure. It's fine. It gives us 1 turn to draw a card, I guess. So, get rid of Jiminy here. So I can play this, it puts on a bit more of a clock. I think I'm supposed to just draw a card here to look for Pinocchio. And pass, because we have to deal with this Arthur sooner or later. Currently we have no way of interacting with it, so it's going to gain another 3 lore. Can't really stop it. This doesn't really answer it cleanly either. We're just dead, because we don't have a Pinocchio. Okay. A temporary reprieve, I suppose. So if we have no answers to what our opponent is doing... Am I supposed to just try to race? Like, put on a clock, try to draw more cards? I suspect it is. Just do this and pass. Like, a Medusa would be a good draw. A Pinocchio would still be a good draw. But they're going to be at 13. Like, if they play a goat, gain 5, 6, 7 with this, that puts them to 15, and the goat's back in their hand. Just dead this game, too. Unbelievable. It's a great record. Because if he plays a fox and just kills any of our characters, we have nothing to challenge what they're doing, and we just lose the game. Like, I literally don't think that that is a way of us being able to still win the game. Because while it's super low, it is not 0, and 2 lore is not going to make the difference in us winning this game. Most likely. The way that we're losing is because our opponent just has more and better cards than us currently, which is destroying us. I'm debating on whether or not drawing 2 cards, like having our opponent draw 2 cards, with the Yzma makes sense here. We can kill this easy enough. And then I guess we can tuck the Lilo in and just hope that they don't have a bounce for this goat. So it'll put them to 15, they bounce 16. But if we don't get rid of the Lilo, like, that's also miserable. But having them draw 2 cards, this is why I fucking hate Yzma. Because it just, like, doesn't solve our problem here. It is just such a bad removal spell. But I feel like I have to put the Lilo back in. And then we can quest now. But this also loses to Fox in the same way. Probably worse, actually, because then we don't draw the extra card off of Rabbit. It's like the only way that we're winning from here. I guess this gives them the opportunity to make a mistake on this turn if they don't have specifically Fox. But I guess we lose to a Fox anyway, so it doesn't really matter. If they just play a bunch of shit that's not Fox, then we have a chance. But the fact that our opponent is, like, looking at our cards is really bad for us. So they drew a snake, so they now have a goat in their hand. So we are just dead. Hopefully they play another thing. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not, but this puts us to 9. We may get to this game. I think I actually have to draw 2. 8 and 9 are about the same, and we really need something to answer their board, like, post this turn. Unfortunately, that isn't it. Quest here. Prep and pass. We're just edge. Though, realistically, they can only play a goat in a turn. Spellbook is not great. We can maybe race just Spellbook if that's all they play. They also didn't use it. So that may be a reprieve for us, actually. It is a mistake that will cost them this game, I think. Maybe. We still may not be able to gain enough lore. So we need 2 turns. This goat puts them to 17. No, it doesn't. It literally doesn't even matter. There's just no way for us to win. Like Yzma. No, because as soon as this leaves, yeah, we just fucking lose. Neat. 16, 17. We can't kill them, though. And even if it's not enough... Nice. They literally just choose not to fucking gain lore with the spellbook, and it doesn't matter. Love that for us. Any card that gains us enough lore. 16, 17, no, there's just nothing. Cool. Love that for me. It's really beautiful. So then I'm just wrong. Should have gained more lore earlier. Just a bad player. Don't worry about it. We'll just tilt Q until I decide to go to bed. Nice cards. Well, we better keep this so we actually have some ink. On the draw, right. Do we care about running out the snake on 2? I don't think so. I'm kind of down to run out this Jiminy on 2. Just draw with the Chernobog followers. Obviously, if they play something that is worth killing. I don't think there's anything in these colors, but... we just quest here. Draw a card. Found a hook. Which is pretty nice. I think we're done with this. We run out something that can quest every turn for a while. Ink a Maui. Probably because we inked a location, I imagine. We have a Quill. We found a spell book. Currently, we are in a position where if our opponent plays a location, we have absolutely no way to threaten it. And none of these cards help us. And none of them draw another card. Guess we just lose to that. Sure. Here comes a McDuck Manor. Into the Inkwell. Interesting. Maybe they're just looking to play a 4/4 this turn. They're just going to play a Medusa and kill our Jiminy Cricket. Neat. Yeah, Goat Hook is great. What are we inking here then? What is the ink to play this goat? Just imagine drawing cards. That'd be cool. I'm going to get rid of this and then immediately rip a rabbit and then be very sad about it, I guess. It's fine. They play a Gaston. Ink a Queen of Hearts. They decide to quest with their Medusa. Is the play just to get rid of these two things and then lose to a location because we have nothing left in play? We do have a spellbook. We are not using it currently. We can Pinocchio and kill the Gaston with the goat, and then we can use the spellbook this turn. That's another option. And just leave the Medusa in play for the time being. It also lets us keep the Dragonfire. We can even choose to develop the hook. But there's a world where we need to use that as ink. So maybe we wait and just do the spellbook, because we can race the Medusa on its own. Another Gaston. Okay. Gaston into Popsicle. So we have a couple of choices here. We can hook Pinocchio to kill this Medusa, leaving the Gaston. We can goat and spellbook. Pass. We can ink, setting up for Be Prepared. Or we can just ink something and Dragonfire the Gaston. Just this. I don't really understand how we are always so low on cards. Should have inked the fucking hook. It's fine. It's fine. Quest with both, of course. Maybe not the Gaston, but I don't know why they wouldn't. Go to 6. I just... I just find it very difficult to play the game sometimes. Under these circumstances. What other lines should I have taken? I don't understand. How else am I meant to play these games? Like... Guess we're just hitting here. Can't not play the hook, because if they drop a location, we literally have no answers. Lucky dime. Neat. So now, because I opted not to kill the Gaston, we just allow them to gain fucking 6 lore with Gastons again today. Nice. Well played line. Very good for us. Unfucking real. Alright, well, we get the Dragonfire now. Uh-huh. Can I even play this Jiminy Cricket instead of just killing this Medusa? If I don't kill Medusa, they go to 13, 14, 15, 16, just on their fucking turn. Like, if I don't play this Jiminy Cricket, I'm just never answering this fucking mana either, so... Sure. Nice. Good draw. I'm glad that we ripped another Inkable. That's very nice for us. I don't know. Just lose all day. I don't care. Okay. I don't actually necessarily think that that was a good play. It's fine, obviously. So our draws have been so shit, but... Like, now if we rip into Maui, we can actually answer the mana, and we don't really... I mean... They're at so much lore, maybe it just doesn't fucking matter. Can we take a turn now? Or is it just going to be your turn for the rest of the game? Or what? I'm just not in a fucking good mood. Hi, Toons TV. How are you? Nice. What a fucking draw. Very sick. Very nice. I am not in a great mood today. We are losing a lot of games because our draws have been fucking dog shit literally all day. So, I'm not particularly happy about that. I don't like losing games. I don't like losing games to bad play. I don't like losing them to bad draws. It's just not fun to play. We have lost 7 fucking games today. That is the same amount of games that we have lost up until this point. Like, what? What is this fucking draw, dude? Sure, let's mulligan even more. Let's just not even keep Ink. Ink is overrated. Let's just do this. Fuck them. Maybe that's the strategy. I just need to over-fucking mulligan every damn hand and just hit, because that's the only way to have hands that are playable. Even this is, like, not that exciting. It's fine. We will play a Chernabog Followers. And based on the way that our hand is, we are likely going to quest with it once or twice, and then bounce it, and then ink it. Might just ink it right now with the snake, honestly. What am I getting rid of here? Let's play the snake. We need the snake? We probably do. I guess one of our draw twos. So we can keep the Yzma. We need the Yzma, I wonder. Yzma's probably better than a generic card, I guess. Hate losing to the decks that we've been losing to today. It's just really frustrating. Because they're not that bad of matchups. You just need draws that do anything. Alright, I think I don't quest here. Unless I'm playing the Fox, specifically. The deck is fucking dog shit without Rabbit. People cut rabbits. Like, I don't understand. Like, who the fuck are your opponents if you're cutting rabbits and still participating in the game? It's actually absurd. Like, in what universe are you cutting rabbits and still playing this deck? It's literally the only card in the whole deck that has any text on it. All of the other cards are just mid. Mid garbage at best. Insane. What do you do against this Gaston? You can answer it next turn. Look at all these rabbits. Look at this game that we're going to be able to play and win very easily. Because we have 1,000 rabbits. We can even throw some rabbits in the garbage. That's what's so interesting. Because we have so many of them now. Our hand is glut with rabbits. How will we win? I sure hope that whatever they're doing with their Gaston here is worth 3 lore. Oh. It wasn't. But that is a legal option that they can do. I would like to... I'm going to play a rabbit. And I'm going to ink this... we need to get to 9. I'm going to ink this Chernabog Followers. And I'm going to play this Rafiki. I think they're both equally mid there. The Chernabog Followers is interesting because you can draw a card with it, but we don't necessarily need the card draw, and this plus the Maui can kill a location if we have to. We're playing Tamatoa here. They don't have a ton of items, but it does give them a lot of draw. It's 8. It's a 5/8. I can't do Fishhook plus Pinocchio plus Activate. I can't do Pinocchio plus Maui. I can Fox Pinocchio and just trade everything, I guess. Which doesn't feel great. But it may be what we've got here. So we do this. We have to Fox. And then it is 2, 5, 9. I guess. We'll see what we get for ink. We can ink a Maui. We'll just bash with all of these. I would rather not let them draw 2 cards. That seems unnecessary. It would have been a cleaner answer, but we don't need to let them draw 2 cards here. Unnecessarily, at least. But yes, that line would have answered the card. This is not big enough to kill Maurice either. Guess we're just gonna have to use Medusa. Pass. Considering the Maui, but it just doesn't make sense. It's a reason that Maurice is not super good. It's a very strong card, but it just is not set up very well. Now we just draw some cards with this, into this. Bouncing it, draw another card. We can use the castle next turn. Potentially. We could have bounced the Medusa to protect it, but I don't necessarily think that we need to. I don't know why they'd be prepared there. Their hand must not be very good, which would make the most sense to me. I thought about doing this, but I think I'd rather just draw more cards. Can get rid of a crab here. Just play the hook. And pass. So now we develop the hook, so we have an answer 2 locations. They found a Flaversham, which is very good. Keeps their Flaversham evasive. Just a little annoying. I mean, like, having them draw 2 cards is not really a great strategy if you're looking to actually win games. It's a good way to lose games. A lot of times, I would say. But I like, ideally you don't want your opponent drawing a bunch of cards for free, because if they're only ripping 1 a turn, you're only having to deal with 1 major threat a turn. If you keep Yzmaing and, you know, having them draw 2 cards, like, it's a bit of a problem. I don't really necessarily think that Mouse Armor is a playable card. So, they decided to kill Pinocchio here. That's fine. Play out a rabbit. Get rid of a crab here. I think I just Yzma. Let them keep the Maleficent and we just draw more cards. And we'll quest out. Let them have to make a choice on what they're doing. Especially against this deck, it's very easy for them to find a card that allows them to do multiple things in a turn with 13 ink. Letting them draw 2 cards just to get rid of something that is mildly problematic ends up costing a lot more than it's worth. Especially when we don't need to. We can just let them waste their resources trying to deal with our board. And then we can just be prepared. Savige was playing it earlier or something similar to it. He's been doing a lot of that, which any relatively known player jamming a bunch of games on something is going to make it. I don't even have to be prep this board. It's going to make it pop up a lot more. I don't even necessarily have to be prepared this. You can just kill the dragon and then kill this and leave them with the Maui. Yeah, that seems fine for now. Do this, hit that. I can actually quest here and then bounce it back to my hand, which I think is fine. I would like to ink something, but everything in my hand is awesome, so I can't really. So I guess I just pass. Yeah, I can just pass. Yeah, everything here is great. And it also did well at a major event, so people are excited about it. Mr. Bad Time, appreciate the follow. Normally, when I'm doing well and my games are cooperating, then I generally think that the red-purple deck is consistent enough that it's what I want to be playing a lot of the time. But if at some point we are not doing super well, like today, then it's a bit awkward, right? Let's play this. What's this? Ink this and pass. And what I'm looking to do next turn is just play 3 locations. Smaui's gonna have to trade himself off, and then I can untap and just play triple Queen's Castle. Yeah, this game's pretty over. We haven't even really drawn any goats, except for the one that I inked earlier. So let's see, they killed our board. It's fine. Honestly, maybe fine just letting them keep the Flaversham. We'll see. Popsicle makes it a little weird, but it's probably fine. What are we inking? Yzma, I suppose. Sure. We have 3 Queen's Castles. I don't know if you have 3 left, but I doubt it, so GG. 78, 63, and 15. Ugh, it really tanked our stats today. The thing about the Lucky Dime deck is it is very good against red-purple if you're able to get to the point of doing the Lucky Dime in a good position, basically. Another Pinocchio? Why? Game, please. You're killing me. I'm actively being killed. Play a 1-drop, please. Oh, thank you. Let us ink the hook, I guess. I will play Pinocchio. I will kill this and attack and pass. There's a world where we just draw 2 cards next turn. There's also a world where I like bounce the Rafiki just to ink it. But I think I can maybe just play the goat and draw 2 cards. Or ink the goat rather and draw 2 cards. We just quest, and pass. We'll see what our opponent plays this turn. I may end up running out this Queen's Castle, just to make them have to focus on something. If they run out like a crab, maybe we don't. If it's just Maleficent Sorceress, I probably can run out the castle. In best of 3s, it's not as much of a problem, but I'm not really sure. Yeah, I think it's fine to play this now and pass. And then they have to focus on it for a bit. And if they don't, then we will be able to sort of bully what they're doing a little bit. If they don't answer it and do something like that, then we're just going to kill these 2 cards. And then just keep gaining lore with this. Because like I can Pinocchio here. The whale was pretty okay. I don't think it was the best card ever printed, but I think it was pretty decent. So we quest here, we fox it back. Do we fox it back? Fuck. What are we inking then? This Maui? Yeah, I guess this Maui. It's fine. So we do this, we replay it. We tap here. We hit this and this. And then pass. Yeah, I think the whale was actually fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. We're trying like just heavier on the dragons and the Yzmas today. Which I think is also fine. Or some Yzma. So they play a Pua. Interesting. Well, I guess we run out a rabbit and hope that we draw an Inkable. This game, dude. I guess we quest here. And we just don't ink. And the reason that we're doing it this way is if our opponent opts to Pua plus Maui on this castle, it's fine. If they... Okay, they kill our rabbit. Yeah, I guess we just lose. Love this game, dude. It's really neat. It's really super duper neato burrito that happened. Guess we just kill most of this. And set up to be prep. Just like only drop Pinocchios is unfortunate. We can Pinocchio here and just kill the Pua that way. And that'll let us develop the crab if we want. Is that even a thing that I want to do? Can also just hit here. We can snake the fox after questing. And then have the fox ran into here. And then we don't need the crab. So we do this. Quest. Fuck, I don't have enough goddamn ink for this. An actual fucking idiot. I love this game, dude. Nice. What a good fucking player. Actual good player. Well, our castle's dead. And their Medusa's still just in play. Nice. Love that. Okay. So we're just goat bouncing. And passing. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why anybody does anything. I know nothing. I know that my play has been really bad. And sometimes we're just winning in spite of that. And sometimes we're losing because of it. So I don't know. I know very little. Their whole hand must be Tremaine's and whatever. Just play this, I guess. Put it in there, but it doesn't really matter. We'll take our win, I suppose. Really frustrating results today, though. We're against the mirror. Alright, it's the same person. Makes sense. So we can do the Jiminy Cricket this line. Don't want this. Do we run out 2 Jiminy Crickets for aggro? There's an awful lot of them. It means that we probably can't afford to play a 1-drop. Unless it's specifically like Chernobog's followers. Okay, we'll just send that back. Dragonfire. Okay. So we'll get rid of Rafiki and we'll play Chernobog's followers. And then we'll just play out 2 Jiminy Crickets and hope that that's enough pressure. Quest here and get rid of it to draw a different card. Ink Maleficent and just play a Jimmy. Even if he's on Teeth, that's fine. You literally use up a whole ass card to deal with a 1-2. That is a-okay with me. But it is possible, certainly. Ether at its worst in this matchup generally. Fucking Pua again. What is this? This character is banished. You may shuffle it into your deck. Very interesting card, I suppose. So it is quite aggressive. It's an interesting card for the mirror, and it's just always banished. Interesting. Well, I guess given that, then we should rest here and just kill one of their cards for free. I liked the idea of the Jiminy Crickets, but if they're going to play something that vastly outraces it in the Pua, then we may as well move off of that line and move to something else. Like if they decide to just quest here, I suspect we just trade into it. And it's not the worst, it's just not very good if you're trying to be defensive. Like, it is a lot more aggressive of a card. If they kill the fox here, that's fine. Ugh, that's tragic. I like double Jiminy here, but we can't really afford to play that many. Like, I need to use this as a draw spell at some point. We could just run out a 3/3. I think it's probably just one of these, and then play this and pass. We have to use this to draw cards in a couple of turns. Unfortunately. I see, they play a Queen's Castle. That's not ideal. It's very not ideal. We should hit it with Jiminy Cricket, because then Raw Maui kills it. And then I think the play is that we just snake and draw 2 cards, and then ink Jiminy. Like this. The reason that I'm not foxing here is that if our opponent just has Maui or a fox of their own, and we do fox and then bash their castle or whatever, it doesn't necessarily help us with dealing with their problem, because then now we're even farther behind. So we can easily deal with this castle this turn. We can ink the Jiminy. We can put the snake back in our hand if we want. Our numbers are a little weird as far as how we're supposed to do this, because I can't do like 2 really favorable things in a turn. I don't have to commit the fox at all. I think I figured out the line that I want to do. I'm going to do this. I'm going to bounce this. Hit it again. And then I'm just going to bounce it again. And then pass. Because that lets us keep the crab safe in case our opponent decides to play another location. And it also allows us to do rabbit plus fox next turn if we want, to kill this rabbit of theirs, because I don't care about that. But what I'd like to do is play this and then do this, so... and I'd like to keep the crab, because we're not the aggro this game. We can play the rabbit, draw a card, play the fox, bounce the rabbit, draw a card, and then hit their rabbit, and then pass. Draw their card. This way they can't bounce their rabbit either. Which they've used one bounce and one rabbit, so it's not like the most impressive thing ever. But we're not terribly far behind here, especially to be at 7 ink. They play another rabbit, which is brutal for us. It's not the end of the world. I mean, that's just kind of how this game is sometimes. We'll see what they do with this Medusa if they decide to... They're gonna fox Medusa? What are they doing here? That is not it. You definitely should have foxed the rabbit there. I don't really care that much about Medusa. I guess we don't have an answer for the rabbit right now, which is a little awkward. Play the Maui to the Inkwell. Just cast a goat, maybe. And pass. Ideally, what we would do is play Rabbit and Yzma the same turn. And then draw 3 cards. Or 4, I guess, because the rabbit comes in and leaves at the same turn. We play goat. They have another fox. Are we on fox number 3? No, we're on a mini. No, be prepared. It's really awkward. We can just kill this, I guess, with the Dragonfire. That's maybe fine. We didn't have a better answer in this exact instance, so... Can I afford to get rid of a Maui here? I think so. Let's do this and pass. Our opponent is behind on ink now, but they are in a much more aggressive deck than we are, and they're at 11. I would assume that they're going to attack our goat. No. Sometimes I don't know what opponents are doing, and that's okay. I don't always have to know. We do this, we hit the castle, we play Maui and we hit their goat, then pass. I would have liked to have inked that turn, but I feel like I had to deal with all of their threats. They're just straight questing every turn, huh? Okay, so they B-prep this turn. We don't have to Yzma this turn necessarily. We can just do this and pass, I think. We know that they have Medusa, so maybe this was foolish, because now they just get to run out Medusa. But I guess we get our Queen's Castle still doing shit then. Or they just play their own castle because we don't have an answer for it. Because they know that 2 of our fucking Mauis are gone. I see. So we have a hook, which lets us hit this for 5. That's not quite lethal, so that's not enough. So does that even matter then? Like, if we're not killing this, do we even care that much about hooking it? I can just quest here, and then Yzma the rabbit. And then we can either play another rabbit. Fuck, I really wish I had a different inkable. I guess I don't need the crab, because technically the crab is the same as the hook in this case. Just do this and pass. Opponent goes to 14, which is not awesome. But if they B-prep this, we still have a fox or a Maui as an out here then. But I guess now that we don't have the crab, we don't. So maybe I've fucked myself. I suspect we have made an error. And we should have just stayed at 9 and not put this in there. They just run out Medusa. Okay. It's fine. We get to draw cards. So we get to kill the castle. Which is 3. I suspect that I can draw a card here no matter what. So we should do that first. So let's do this to hit the castle. So we obviously can't let them continue doing that. We can ink one of these. Do I just play a goat here? No, I think I play another rabbit. And then I put this in here and pass. We have so many cards that the cards aren't the problem. Like, I'm just not going to have time to play all these rabbits here. I go to 15, and now if they have goat, bounce goat. Oh, they just B-prep. Sure, that's fine. I think I can race from here. So go to 11. I ink this. I play goat. I bounce it with this. I play spellbook. Activate spellbook. And put this in here and pass. And I think we're fine. Tremaine, make us sack a thing, that's okay. If they're not killing this, that puts us to 16, 17, 18, 19. This is 8. We don't have enough to do all that. I think I just wait a turn because I can't double goat here, and we don't really have to go that fast anyway. Just Medusa that and kill it. Gain a lore here and play a goat, and then pass. I think we don't have to try and figure it out this turn, because they're just dead if we do this. There's maybe a world where we don't play the spellbook and we just run out more goats. If I had thought about it a little bit more. Because then we untap and we can actually kill them with the be prepared. But I'd have to look at the numbers on it. I don't think it matters a ton in that particular instance. So let's review where we're at here. I feel like the music is very low still. Okay, so we have a 65 or 66% win rate today with this flavor of the deck over 21 games. 21 games. Honestly, I don't know if it was this deck's construction's fault. Like, we were coin flipping against red-blue all day, apparently, which I don't actually think that that's that bad of a matchup. But we played bad a few times, and we just didn't draw rabbits in a couple of them, which their deck has the ability to close pretty well if you're not dealing with all of their permanents. And Lucky Coin can get you pretty easily, I think. The loss to green-purple was really obnoxious, but that'll happen sometimes. We didn't really have Pinocchio there, so our opponent was able to draw 4 cards with friends on the other side, and then they just played a normal sort of Amethyst game. I don't even know if they really played that many more green cards after that. They just sort of played a couple of rabbits, they bounced a little bit, and then they played a castle, and we just got buried, right? Orange-purple loss was not ideal, but it'll happen sometimes. Don't love losing in those spots, especially because our deck just was not cooperating, but even in great matchups, sometimes your deck doesn't cooperate and you lose. Just don't like losing a lot. We did lose a lot today compared to what we had in the past few sessions, right? I was intending on getting all the way up to Platinum today, but with this many losses, it is very difficult to climb, because even under a perfect situation, you are only really gaining a little bit when you're 2-1 like this, whereas if you are on a streak, you end up gaining quite a bit more. So since we were here before, and we've only moved just a little bit after 21 games, which is why I can feel like it's a bit of a grind. This is a little over 5 hours for 21 games, which is not a lot of games in that amount of time. Our games are taking a lot longer than I would like, and with results like these, it makes the grind a lot longer than it should be. So far, we're 80 games played, at 65 and 15, which is still pretty good. But we have increased our loss count by nearly double today, which is not ideal. So, it happens. It does happen from time to time, and the deck sometimes doesn't cooperate. Obviously, we're not running like Maleficent 3 to help smooth out some of the spots where we don't find Rabbit. The Jiminy Cricket felt pretty good in the deck with the change. The Dragonfire, we could take it or leave it. It was okay in a few spots where Medusa was not, but a lot of times the Medusa would have been okay there too. But the Shinobug's Followers, it's fine. There's a few spots where we drew a card with it. It's whatever. It's a 1-drop. Like, it doesn't need to do a lot on its own. It's not as good as Rafiki a lot of times, especially with the Pinocchio, of course. But occasionally it being 2 power is more relevant than the 1/3, and occasionally we've used it to draw a card and look for something else that we needed. Obviously, this is also better on a board that we're looking to be prepared. The Maleficent Dragons were pretty good today. The Yzma actually overperformed for me. It felt pretty strong a lot of times. It wouldn't surprise me if we end up just shaving one of these for another Yzma, just to have a little bit more variety, or if we cut one of these castles just to have a second Yzma. I think both of those are reasonable choices, given how our games played out. I did like all of these dragons. In the spots where the dragons are good, they're awesome. The castles, when they're very good, are very, very good. But when they're bad, they are still ink, but there's maybe some other options that we can have. But the Yzma did feel pretty okay in this format, better than it was in the last one. given that a lot of times, Medusa is sort of the answer that your opponent's playing. So the 4/4 body does feel a little bit better than some of your alternative options. And shuffling in a snake or a fox that once you've already used it for the bounce doesn't feel bad. Shuffling in a 1-drop to find 2 different cards and still leaving behind a 4/4 body feels pretty okay. And sometimes even just tucking a rabbit back into your deck is not so bad. So I do think that some number of castles are probably worthwhile, but I don't necessarily know if you need 3 of them. And you certainly don't need 4 a lot of times, unless the deck is playing to be a little bit more aggressive. And it could be shaving some of the castles for like the Maleficent 3. I do think that 3 crabs is still pretty good. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to think about it a little bit more. But it is entirely likely that we just shave down another castle to add maybe a Yzma, and possibly even look at adding like a Maleficent 3 for something. Like, I don't really want to cut the goats. I do still think that the crabs are very important. I'm not cutting these. I'm not cutting these. Like, I think the 3 of these and 3 of these feel pretty good. This card kind of overperformed in the spots where it was good. It was very, very good. It single-handedly like won a game for us. It gained like 10 lore and drew 2 cards because we bounced it twice. Like, this functions very similarly to what the Mal 3 would be. So we maybe just don't even need the Mal because of that. Yeah, it might just be shaving one of these to add like another Yzma. Just to give us more like options in the sort of mid-gamey area. I think that there are ways of playing this deck aggressively, and then you can play sort of the Jim Hawkins. But if you're trying to play a control deck, Jim Hawkins just isn't a real card. Because not only do you need to have Jim in your hand and be in a spot where 5 like just isn't being used for Maui, it isn't being used for Pinocchio plus like a fox, or Pinocchio plus a crab or whatever. Like, I don't know, it's more of an aggressive card than a defensive card a lot of times, and this deck just isn't really that aggressive. It can be in some games, but on average this is a pretty defensive deck. You're intending on using a lot of your cards to interface with what your opponent's cards are until you get enough resources from, rabbits and things like that, so you have enough ink to be able to sort of double spell. And then from there you can kind of just be doing more things than your opponent every turn. And the Gym is sort of a way of cheating on ink in decks that maybe aren't trying to get as many resources, right? Tired already. So like if you are, for example, on a few more locations, maybe you're on Surfers, you could even be on like Simba and things like that. Cut Dragonfire, go down on Dragon and Castle. I don't think so. Like, here's the thing, the 3-drop Mal is fine. I don't think it's incredible. I think it's fine. It doesn't necessarily solve our problem either in these games where we weren't drawing rabbits and we weren't drawing Inkables. Because it doesn't really draw cards. It replaces itself, which is nice. But then we just have a 2/2 body in play, and what happens if we just draw another Be Prepared or another Medusa rather than an Inkable that we need? At that point you may as well just ink that card if you're trying to dig for Inkables, and then it doesn't necessarily help you. It just isn't a draw spell. It is a replacement. It just is having a 2/2 body in play better than just having a Yzma in your deck. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Maybe I'm just wrong, and that's okay too. But I have been so unimpressed with Maleficent 3 for so long now. Your best outcome for Maleficent 3 is that you cast it, it replaces itself, and then you get to sing Friends on the other side the next turn, and then they kill it. That's like your best outcome for it. And a lot of times their thing doesn't even die because it's just, you know, Friends on the other side was cast. You know, you gain a little bit of ink from singing it instead of just casting it, and they just eat your card. Instead, you could just play a crab, or you could play, you know, you could develop your hook, or you could, you know, develop a fox, like, yeah, and Saberwing, you just, like, don't need it a lot of times. We have plenty of rush under normal circumstances to interface with locations. Like, we deal with locations pretty well between the fish hooks and the crabs. Obviously, there's some lineups that your opponent can have that it just doesn't work, and they still get you anyway, but in general, we have ways of dealing with almost everything in this deck. And it just might be that we need better sort of mid-game before we get to the end game stuff. Like Yzma being able to draw 2 cards and say put back in a snake or a fox into your deck that's already done something is pretty strong. And the 4/4 body isn't embarrassing either. It's not going to get killed by Medusa, and it does quest for 2. Which there were several opportunities where this quested for 2 and it felt pretty okay. I don't know. There's people that have been playing some amount of Maleficent 3 and they really like them, and there's those that play 4 Maleficent 3s and will swear never to cut it, right? They think it's the best thing since sliced bread, right? But it just to me doesn't feel like a card that is worth playing on turn 3. Right? There's so few turn 3s where we can afford to just be playing a 2/2. You know, when we're on the play, it's great. You know, you run out your Maleficent 3 and it replaces itself. Cool, now you have sort of a body in play. But it doesn't, I don't know, it's just not big enough. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, and that's okay. But I think what we're going to try next is just cutting the castle back to 2, running a second Yzma, and seeing how that feels, and just starting at that. And maybe the reason that it's okay to be running more things like that is just because we're thinking about having these Yzmas, you know. But, like, I would, off the top of my deck, I would rather hit a Maleficent Dragon than a Maleficent 3 in the matchups that we're losing. Like, against Red-Blue, the 2/2 does nothing. And against Orange-Purple and Green-Purple, like, a 2/2 also doesn't do anything because it doesn't trade with... it doesn't trade with Ursula, and it's just behind a lot of the time. And in the mirror, it's fine. It is fine in the mirror, because it just adds a body to the board, and it's kind of whatever, right? Eventually, in the mirror, you're just everything is just getting cast at some point anyway. But we don't lose to the mirror a ton. It's rare that we are losing in these places, you know, because we have some of the tools like Jiminy Cricket, like the Spellbook, that help us in that matchup, right? So I don't hate the changes that we made today. I didn't really miss Teeth at all. The Jiminy felt pretty respectable, I think, in that slot. And it does give you the ability in some matchups to put on a clock that you normally wouldn't be able to. Even if it's not particularly fast. We had this Medusa like multiple times today. And as just a 2-drop, getting something literally like a premium removal spell against it doesn't feel terrible, you know? So, yeah, I guess we will maybe call it for today, because I just have not been happy with my play. Overall today, so now that I'm getting a little bit more tired, it's getting worse. So we'll just hold for now, and then we'll hopefully push through platinum with the other change going forward, and maybe that'll just be enough draw on our deck to be happy about it. Considering Jim is that he's good post Be Prepared. I mean, sure, but like the Queen's Castle is already good post Be Prepared. You don't need Jim to make it even better, right? Like, it's kind of a 2-card all-in combo. But if instead of playing Jim plus the castle, you can also just play the castle plus a rabbit, or a castle plus a goat, and put the goat in there, and it also feels fine. You know? You don't need Jim as like a medium card that is only good in very specific scenarios, when you can just have a different card that is already stronger. Like, what are we cutting to put Jims in here? You end up having to cut things like Maleficent Dragon or Yzma, and then once you add Jim, then you have to add more locations, so then you're cutting your other cards that are also good through the mid-game to add something like Jim, which is just an aggressive card and not a defensive one. Yeah, you absolutely fill the board with 2 things. But if you haven't been questing with some of these other dorks, or your late game individual cards are weaker, like, okay, so you play the Queen's Castle plus Jim and then you pass, right? That's your turn. If your opponent just Maleficents your Jim, or they Maui plus a hook or plus a crab and kill your location, it doesn't kill the entire thing, right? But it is very mid in these decks, and unnecessary is what it ends up being. Like, this deck has had 2 Jims in it before. We've played the 2 Jim version. Like, you end up having a card that is just not good on its own, right? Because Jim without a location is pretty bad, you know? And even with a location, like, on curve, you don't want to cast it, because it, like, is okay, right, if you run it out on 5 and also play the location, but that's your entire hand already. So you have to hope that your all-in play is enough, because you've inked up to 5, and then also played 2 cards that turn. So you're basically out of cards. And this is assuming that your opponent hasn't interacted with you at all, but you're basically then out of cards. So you have to hope that they can't answer your location, because if they can answer your location, then you just have like a Yzma in play that discarded you a card, right? It is not a card advantage thing with Jim. It is a card disadvantage. Because if they can deal with your location, whether it's with a Maui plus something, or, you know, double Fox, or if they have anything on board and they combine Crab or Hook, or even just a Maui or another Fox, you know, any of these 3s plus any of these 4s, you know, so Rafiki or Goat, Snake, Fox, like any of those plus any one of the other ones, for the most part, can clear the Queen's Castle. So unless Jim, as a 4/4 that quests for 2, is enough on its own to justify discarding an extra card, it's a hard sell for me, you know? Now, if I'm in a pirate deck and I'm trying to leverage just getting extra economy out of, you know, doing double spell earlier on to put more pressure on, right? Especially if you have a bunch of characters that are better than what we're generally presenting, and then now we're also adding a location and we're getting the gym in and whatever, that's a little bit of a different story. Whether it's in the pirate deck or in like a green-red location kind of style, I think there is something there where gym is very good because you maybe have a bit more locations, so it's a lot more consistent to get both a location and gym in your hand. And you want that the body itself is also good on top of the location. You know, if you're now forcing your opponent to choose between, you know, doing the location plus doing, plus dealing with the gym, and like that 2 lore, if that matters a lot, then, you know, the double dip is pretty good there. Yeah, I could see Popsicle playing some amount of gym, mostly because if they're drawing enough cards, being able to play a character plus play the location in the same turn isn't terrible for them. Especially if they're more location heavy. I mean, they get to play some of the better locations. Obviously, Queen's Castle is very good, but they get to play more than one inkable location. Like, the problem is that RLS Legacy is... I guess they don't, right? Because they're probably not playing Agrabah. But if they're playing Montanui, they get to play another inkable location, right? Like, they play maybe some RLS Legacy, but then they play the McDuck Manor plus Montanui. And then they have more than one inkable location. So they can afford to play a little bit heavier on locations than this deck can. But also they have the Quill, so there's some play there. I would like at some point to explore the blue-red deck, but we're gonna hopefully not have to take too many more games to close this out, and get back to Grandmaster. Unfortunately, we had not a great climbing day today. When we play next, I don't know if it'll be tomorrow. I got a bunch of stuff coming up the next couple of days here. Work on Tuesday, Thursday. Yeah, it might be a little rough to play much before next Friday, but we'll see. We'll see if I can scrounge up a little bit of extra energy, maybe jump on for a handful of games. Yeah, we'll be on again, and we'll finish out this grind. Hopefully in maybe another 3 or 4 streams, I think should do it. As long as we are able to do a little bit better than 60% in the future here, I think we'll be okay. But we'll try a little harder next time. So, let's see if anybody else is even on. I know it's pretty late in the day, and we got Monday coming up tomorrow. What am I at? Followed. How do I this following categories? Pixelborn. Looks like probably nobody else is on. Send you over to a French stream, but still Pixelborn, which we appreciate. So thanks everybody for watching, and I will see you next time. If you're watching from YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. It does help a lot. And I will continue to put these all up there. I'll see you next time.